Well, good afternoon to those in UK and Europe. Good morning to those further west of us, and good evening to anyone much further to the east. Very pleased to welcome you to this second day of our conference, Philosophy, Disability and Social Change. We'll get going with the first speaker, Robert Chapman, in just a few moments, but a couple of things I wanted to mention before we get started. You'll see instructions in the chat about how to use the captioning that we have for you for the conference. You need to look at the bottom of your screen and the closed caption or CC button, and that gives you a number of options, including changing the size of the subtitles and also changing the size of the text as it appears in the chat for you. So you might want to look at that if it's not coming up the right size. Secondly, I'd like to remind you that tomorrow at the close of the conference, we're going to attempt a type of social interaction where we will put all the participants who are still with us into breakout groups for half an hour or so you can discuss the conference network and other matters. So we'll give you further instructions about that tomorrow. Anyway, for today, on behalf of Shelley Tremaine, co-organizer, and myself and the Blavatnik School, I hope you have a very good few hours with us today, and I'll hand over to Bryce Hubner, who is our first chair for this morning. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bryce Hubner. My work's mainly on the philosophy of cognitive science, and I'm an associate professor at Georgetown University. It's my great pleasure to be able to introduce Robert Chapman. I'm incredibly excited to hear Robert's talk on neurodiversity and the pathology paradigm, so I want to be really quick in introducing them. Robert completed their doctorate on the idea of autistic thriving at the University of Essex in 2018. And they are currently a research fellow in the Department of Philosophy at the University of Bristol, where they're working on neurodiversity and the philosophy of medicine. Robert has written a recent set of papers that have opened up really interesting pathways for thinking about neurodiversity from a perspective that integrates insights from the philosophy of medicine with critical and political analyses of social categories. I find this work really exciting, and I think their perspective is really likely to push philosophical discussions about the relationship between biological and social structures in a really novel direction. I've learned a lot from the papers that I've read by Robert, and I'm really looking forward to learning more from them today.
Thank you so much, Bryce. What a lovely introduction. And thank you also to Shelley and Jonathan for setting up this incredible conference and for inviting me to present. So can you see the screen? Is that fine? And hear me fine? Good. Right, I'll just hiding my face because I don't want to see it while I'm talking. Great, so I'll just dive right in. Today I'm talking about neurodiversity and the pathology paradigm. And I want to focus more on the pathology paradigm as an idea and say a little bit about it, where it came from, and finally, how it might help us think about contemporary philosophy of medicine and how we think about health and disability and so forth, at least in philosophy, as well as more broadly. So two of the key terms I'm using, pathology paradigm and neurodiversity paradigm, come from Nick Walker, who's on the right here. And she's an autistic self-advocate and a neurodiversity advocate. And while the term neurodiversity and the movement have been around since the late 90s, when Judy Singer coined the term, it was more of a political term at first without a clear definition. And one of the really great texts in neurodiversity theory is a chapter Walker wrote in 2012, where she argued that essentially the neurodiversity movement can be understood as calling for a paradigm shift in how we think about mental functioning. And in particular, she made a really important distinction between the pathology paradigm, which is the dominant paradigm according to Walker, and the neurodiversity paradigm, which is what neurodiversity proponents such as myself or Walker can be understood as calling for. She defines the pathology paradigm as resting on a central assumption, and this is that there is a relatively narrow normal range into which the configuration and functioning of human brains and minds ought to fall. If you fall outside of this, and especially if you're struggling on the pathology paradigm, it'll be considered bad in some way, and depending how much you're struggling, it'll be considered a pathology. So the idea is that there's something wrong with you. The neurodiversity paradigm, however, starts from a very different assumption. And this is that neurological diversity itself is something which is natural and valuable. And this leads to a very different way of thinking about mental functioning, which will lead us to ask different questions, formulate different hypotheses, respond and think about neurodiversity in a completely different way. Now, these terms have become very influential within the neurodiversity movement. Not everyone uses them, but many people do. And they've also become quite influential in the emerging academic literature on neurodiversity theory. But so far, most people writing on this and expanding on it have focused on the neurodiversity paradigm. And the idea there is that this is the new, I guess the rationale there is that this is the new exciting idea that we want to explore, or some people want to criticize, and so forth. But the pathology paradigm, I think, has been relatively overlooked. And that's what I want to focus on today. So no one has really explored this in great detail. Walker herself has produced a few very influential and brilliant blog posts and further chapters on this, but they mainly reiterate the same basic points without filling all the gaps. So that those are left to be filled at the moment. There are a bunch of really important questions I think we can ask about the pathology paradigm. One question, which I think critics of neurodiversity might be more likely to ask, is the pathology paradigm even real? Perhaps they might wonder, is it just a caricature and there isn't really a relatively restricted normal range which leads to pathologizing all these people in the first place? A defender of the neurodiversity paradigm and the idea of the pathology paradigm as a concept, like myself, will want to ask slightly different questions. One is, when did the pathology paradigm emerge and who invented it? After all, paradigms don't emerge out of nowhere. They always emerge out of some specific time in history, and usually given some kind of new invention or publication or theory which changes how people think. Relatedly, it will be helpful, I think, to ask what its original rationale was. And this will be helpful for both defenders and critics of the status quo. And it's also helpful, I think, to ask how widespread the pathology paradigm is today. The most obvious candidate is in psychiatry, of course, but there might be reason for thinking it's much more widespread. And as I will suggest later, it might relate to contemporary philosophy of medicine. To begin towards answering these questions today, my plan is to give something of a genealogy of the pathology paradigm. And I use genealogy in the sense here of giving a kind of select history, which doesn't give all the details, but gives a certain story which identifies the origin and traces some of its development, and allows us to, I hope, take a kind of critical distance, ultimately, from contemporary philosophy of medicine. And in doing this, I want to show that contemporary philosophy of medicine, or at least some of it, and some of the more influential theories, is actually pathology paradigm philosophy. So my claim there will be that while philosophers in general take themselves to be giving a kind of universal, rational description of the world, for example, theories of health or disability or so forth, by giving a genealogy of the pathology paradigm, I hope to show that contemporary philosophy of medicine is often actually pathology paradigm philosophy. The story I want to give begins with Hippocrates in ancient Greece. And what I want to trace at first is a change in how we conceptualize normalcy and pathology, where the focus goes from equilibrium to population average. In the 3rd century BCE, Hippocrates hypothesized that medical pathology stemmed from an imbalance in bodily properties. So to be healthy for him, or to be medically normal, this meant that your bodily properties were in balance. This also included mental health. If someone was considered mad in ancient Greece, there were many theories of this. For example, some people would think it was caused by demonic possession, but the Hippocratics would ridicule those theories and say, no, it's your brain properties being out of balance, thus causing the madness. And if you were healed from that, that would be considered a case of the properties rebalancing. There was no concept of a statistical norm there, so this is really important. It was all about equilibrium, not being within the average of the population. This was an extremely influential theory, and it continued through Galen in the 2nd century AD and the Galenic schools through the medieval periods, all the way roughly up to the 17th century, when it began to go out of fashion. Still, the idea of mental health as equilibrium manifested in different ways. For instance, in the 17th century, hysteria was often seen as the wandering womb, disrupting a woman's bodily equilibrium and therefore causing the mental symptoms of hysteria. So even though this theory didn't focus on bodily properties in the Hippocratic sense, it was still an equilibrium conception of health. Perhaps the last really influential conception of mental health, which is based on equilibrium, also I would argue, is Sigmund Freud's. For Freud, neurosis, which is his term for mental pathology, stems from a conflict between different parts of your psyche, the conscious and the unconscious. In other words, there's an imbalance or upset equilibrium in your psyche. If there's no conflict, then you're mentally healthy for Freud. It was precisely because Freud had an equilibrium conception of pathology and health that he could say that almost all of the population was pathological, because it was nothing to do with being outside of the statistically average functioning. Around the same time Freud was developing his theories, however, a very different conception of normalcy began to emerge, which will be familiar to disability studies scholars. In the 19th century in France, doctors began meticulously detailing records from their patients and applying primitive statistical analyses to try to discern new patterns of health or pathology, which either had been overlooked or understood with less precision than they previously had. By 1835, the Belgian statistician Adolphe Quetelet had proposed the concept of the average man. The average man means average in terms of bodily structure and functioning, and is typical for the population. And he associated this with health, and falling outside the average, he associated with pathology. So for the first time, health is no longer a matter of equilibrium, it's a matter of statistically normal functioning that you fall inside or outside of in some sense. And this can be seen quite clearly from Quetelet's most enduring invention, which is the body mass index, which we still widely use today. And this precisely expresses the idea that if you fall within the normal range, then you're considered healthy. And if you fall outside of the normal range, that's bad at some point, and at some point it can become pathological if you accept this premise. Within this broader shift, I argue the pathology paradigm emerges, but I think we can pinpoint it to a more specific scientist in Victorian England. The Victorian polymath and statistician, Francis Galton, I argue, we can understand as instigating the pathology paradigm. So Galton was the cousin of Charles Darwin, and his key move was to apply his cousin's theory of evolution with this emerging statistical conception of health. And in particular, he combines the idea of a survival of the fittest and the notion of Darwinian fitness with a statistical analysis of the population, which leads to a ranking of people in terms of from the fittest to the least fit. Galton himself was particularly concerned with mental functioning and in particular intelligence. So the shift this brings is that mental functioning can now be seen as subnormal, normal, or supernormal by combining a statistical analysis of the population and combining that with the idea of fitness in the Darwinian sense, and comparing people and deciding, or who is purportedly fitter or less so. This can be seen, for example, in Galton's own invention of the first IQ test, And this really influenced the later developments of IQ tests, which we still use today. It precisely combines a normative judgment with the idea of Darwinian fitness and a statistical deviation from the mean, leading to a ranking of people, partly in terms of what's considered functioning and fitness, but also in a normative way, a way that places value on people's lives. It's worth noting today, Galton is perhaps most well known for coining the term eugenics and is often referred to as the father of eugenics. It's quite easy to see, I think, how his eugenicist thinking stemmed from his way of ranking people and his particular understanding of the theory of evolution. However, I want to suggest that we can disentangle eugenics as such from Galton's more specific way of thinking. That's not to say that they're not intertwined, because they are, but I think it's helpful for reasons I'll now explain. Part of my argument here is that the rationale and one of the core assumption or driving forces for the assumption of the pathology paradigm, the relatively restricted norm, is what I want to call Galtonian individualist comparativism. And this is when you look at individual fitness or purported fitness and then compare everyone across the population and then rank them. And this is supposed to give an objective and scientific understanding of fitness, but it's actually heavily value laden. So this leads to a way of perceiving, classifying, and valuing minds as ranked via recourse to a statistical deviation from the norm, in terms specifically of perceived Darwinian fitness, and thus to a division between the subnormal, normal, and supernormal in terms of mental functioning. So my caveat that it's not synonymous with eugenics needs to be clarified. I think it's very clear how it's linked to eugenics, and I think it's very clear that they're linked historically and also today. But I also want to say that you can be a Galtonian individualist comparativist and not necessarily a eugenicist. And also you can, of course, have eugenicists who aren't Galtonian individualist comparativists. And part of the reason I want to make this distinction is because I want to say that this individualist comparativism is extremely widespread today in our thinking about minds, even among people who would be horrified at some of the more explicit eugenic policies and so forth that Galton would have suggested. A second caveat is that this is not synonymous with the medical model. As with eugenics, I think it leads to an over-application of a medical model, so it certainly lends itself to that, but it's not synonymous with it. You could have a medical model prior to this, and you could have a medical model on a different paradigm. I think this is helpful because in some sense, I want to say the core issue, often and in many cases, is not the medical model as such, but the underlying Galtonian individualist comparativism and how this fuses with the medical model and how it leads to it being applied. So far, I've mentioned Galton's work on intelligence, and that was something he was particularly obsessed with because he considered himself a genius and thought this ran in his family and so forth. But his influence spread to thinking about mental functioning on a much, much broader scale. Just to give a few examples, in psychiatry, Emil Kraepelin, now often referred to as the father of modern biological psychiatry, and also the DSM style classification system where we classify people into different kinds of so-called mental disorders, was precisely his own classifications are now widely acknowledged to be deeply value laden, and that in such a way which was driven by his fear of racial degeneration, precisely the same fears of Galton and that Galton articulated in his writings and speeches. And similarly, the contemporary of Kraepelin, Bleuler, who is known for coining the terms schizophrenia and autism, among other terms, also driven by his eugenicist thinking. In fact, he lamented the views of his day for not allowing him to develop eugenic policies, which he thought should be broadly used in his patients. Beyond just the more explicit eugenicists now, who, and I'd say more explicit eugenicists are it's less open today. It's more underground in a certain way. It's worth quoting Martin Brooks from his 2004 biography of Galton. As he summarizes, Galton's influence lives on in the consultancy rooms of genetic counselors in the offices of life insurance companies, pharmaceutical organizations, and government select committees. We're still placing biological value on people's lives and futures. It's just that today, the hard Victorian edge of Galton's eugenic vision has been replaced by the smooth veneer of medical respectability. And this, of course, is the kind of thing you see in many contemporary bioethics departments and so forth. To clarify why I think it's the idea of Galtonian individualist comparativism as the issue here in some sense is helpful, I'll just give two examples from contemporary autism discourse and points of contention for neurodiversity proponents. The first of these is the very way we define autism. Today it's generally seen as a spectrum, and it's got this notion of mild to severe, or sometimes called high functioning or low functioning. Now, on the whole and in general, neurodiversity proponents are mostly pro the concept of autism as such, and also pro autism diagnosis, although not all are. So this is not an anti-psychiatry position, which is just against diagnosis or something like that. But what neurodiversity proponents have been vehemently critical of is the mild to severe ranking. And the reason for this is that it's generally found by many people to be unhelpful and ultimately deeply dehumanizing. I think we can understand part of the issue here as being the implicit Galtonian individualist comparativism. So what this does is rank people precisely. You would get, say, people with very high intelligence or so forth, then neurotypical, and then mild autism, and then so-called severe autism and so forth. And it's precisely a ranking system which is supposed to be just objective in some sense, but also which is deeply normative. It still places, as Brooks put it, a biological value on people's lives. So it might be helpful to think of this as the problem being that Galtonian individualist ranking system here to help clarify the issue. A second example would be applied behavior analysis, or ABA for short. So this is a behaviorist therapy usually used on autistic children, which is supposed to increase desired behaviors and decrease undesirable behaviors. Now, the main reason this is so widely used is because some controlled studies found that 40 hours of ABA a week seemed to increase IQ in autistic children. One of the main points of contention from neurodiversity proponents, however, is that many autistic people will report that this is deeply traumatic and it can actually cause lasting trauma, and it's bad for autistic acceptance and self-acceptance and identity formation. So here again, I think we see the implicit Galtonian individualist comparativist kind of way of thinking about things. The idea behind these very studies themselves and the science is that there is this ranking system and there are people who are subnormal, and the goal should be to bring them back to normalcy. And that's precisely the issue from the neurodiversity perspective, or one of the key issues at least. Why not, the neurodiversity proponent might ask, focus on autistic thriving in its own right, rather than restoring to normalcy? Kapp and Neyman, from a quote from this excellent book on the right, which is open access, so you can look that up and download it, summarize this nicely in their chapter detailing the autistic self-advocacy network's perspective. And they say here it's rooted in the idea of neurodiversity, which challenges the medical model that assumes the goal of service provision is, or treatment is, to restore autistic people to normalcy. So for them, the issue is precisely the normalcy, the idea of restoring to normalcy. They go on in the next paragraph to say they're not necessarily against the medical model as such. For example, they're not against diagnosis. So again, we might see this in part as underlying Galtonian individualist comparativism, and that ranking system being the core issue. I finally want to move on to contemporary philosophy of medicine and disability, which, as I mentioned earlier, is supposed to often give an objective analysis of things like the nature of health and so forth. But now I've given this overview of the pathology paradigm and one possible interpretation of it, I hope that this can give us a critical distance from the philosophy of medicine and help us see that many of the core theories might be understood as pathology paradigm theories. One of the core examples, I think, and most obvious ones would be Christopher Bors's biostatistical theory of health. This is precisely the most widely cited and probably influential theory of health in the philosophy of medicine. It's standardly taught on philosophy of medicine courses. Boris himself takes himself to be giving a completely objective analysis of what health and pathology are, and he precisely bases this on an idea of individual Darwinian fitness and then a statistical analysis of the population. While his theory is nuanced and interesting in many ways, which is very different to Galton's, I think we can see here that there's an underlying Galtonian individualist comparativism, which from a neurodiversity perspective is going to just be not objective, but actually just one possible way and not a good way of thinking about mental functioning. It's worth noting as well that some of Boris's most of Boris's critics point out in various ways how this theory is actually value-laden, but so too do some of his supporters. So Norman Daniels' theory of health justice, for example, precisely cites Boris to derive normative conclusions about what health justice requires. So relying on Boris's theory, Daniels claims that normal species functioning is objectively important because we need to meet this level of functioning in order to maintain a normal range of opportunities. So in some sense, what health justice requires for Daniels, based on this Borsian analysis, is that we bring people into the norm. This would precisely end up with a kind of pro-ABA position, for example, which you can see, I think, would be problematic from a neurodiversity perspective. I also just want to mention contemporary neo-Aristotelian philosophy of disability and disability justice. So one key example would be Martha Nussbaum, who doesn't cite Boris at all, but cites Aristotle as an influence, but ends up with a quite similar theory. Nussbaum claims that the species norm, duly evaluated, tells us what the appropriate benchmark is for judging whether a given creature has decent opportunities for flourishing. So here again, you have the idea of the species norm, and if you fall into the subnormal, you're considered unable to flourish, at least to varying extents. And she precisely gives the example of autistic people and claims that justice requires special efforts need to be made to help autistics attain the core capabilities that form part of the species norm. It's worth mentioning that Nussbaum herself is open to more of a social model analysis, so it doesn't necessitate changing the individual. Still, however, I think you see this underlying individualist comparativism here, which in an important sense devalues certain ways of being, which actually might be able to flourish in different ways that are unavailable on her account. There are other neo-Aristotelians who have made more explicit claims in support of ABA, however, in recent years. In a recent article on Aristotle and ABA, Furman and Tamanello write that without ABA, the prospects for a child living with autism living a good life are virtually nil. So their very explicit normalization is required for living a good life. I want to end by just very briefly saying something about neurodiversity as an alternative. So far, I've tried to give a genealogy of the pathology paradigm and say a bit about its history and how it might relate to contemporary philosophy of medicine. Judy Singer, who's on the right here, its basic idea of neurodiversity can be summarized as follows, I think, that we should think about minds from more of an ecological perspective, not from an individualist Darwinian perspective. When ecologists looked at different biological organisms, they aren't comparing them and asking which one's going to survive in comparison to the others. They're looking at how they work together in a system and how they mutually support each other. This lends itself to a way of seeing mental functioning as relational and interdependent, not individual and a matter of competition. So here we see an alternative way emerging, which is currently emerging now. And if anything, a new kind of normalcy, which is unlike those we see historically. So it's neither equilibrium nor population average, but an idea of normalcy where variation itself is normal. And if we took this as a basis for our philosophy of medicine and our philosophy of disability and our theories of disability justice, they would be extremely different to the kinds that we have now, the kinds which I call pathology paradigm philosophy. So just to summarize and say a few brief closing remarks, I've given a genealogy today. I know I haven't shown the pathology paradigm to be wrong. That's something to do elsewhere. But I hope that understanding the historical contingency of the pathology paradigm may help cultivate a critical distance from its assumptions, including in philosophy of medicine, which I've identified, if my argument's been convincing, as often being pathology paradigm philosophy. And finally, I hope that we can see that philosophy and philosophy of medicine would benefit hugely from incorporating the neurodiversity paradigm. So here we have this new understanding of mental normacy that takes variation itself as normal, and which can ground, I hope, different theories of health, disability, justice, and flourishing. Okay, so that's the end. Thank you very much.
All right, that was a fabulous and fun talk, and I think there's a lot to talk about. We've already got a bunch of questions coming in, but probably the best one to start with is Melinda Hall's question. She asks, your suggestion that the medical model itself may not be a problem intrigues me. Can we really separate out the medical model from its particular vehicles? For example, comparative individualism.
Good, that's a really good question. Thank you so much. So I think there's different ways of looking at the medical model, because some people, and I think very usefully, analyze it more as an ideology, and some people analyze it more as a specific, essentially a scientific model, which can be useful in some ways and less useful in others. Now, if we look at it from an ideological perspective, I think it's very hard to separate them. But sometimes, and that is sometimes useful to do. I would like to say, though, that you can have, in some sense, a medical model in the other sense, say, even on a neurodiversity paradigm. So perhaps someone will tell me I'm wrong about this, and maybe I'm just speaking from ignorance. But from what I understand, a medical model is often helpful to apply to something like epilepsy. So lots of neurodiversity proponents who are, say, autistic and have epilepsy will say something like, I see autism from a neurodiversity perspective, but I'm happy to see epilepsy as a pathology to which a medical model can be helpfully applied. So in general, I do want to say it's right that they are historically intertwined, and they're ideologically intertwined, and they are intertwined in all sorts of ways, but it can also be helpful to some extent to separate them, just basically for people who do find them helpful in it, who do find the medical model helpful in certain ways and respects. So, yeah.
Excellent. That feeds in nicely into our next question from Benjamin Carpenter, who asks, thank you for this fantastic and highly insightful presentation. I was wondering, particularly given your use of the genealogical method, whether you had any thoughts about how the work of Michel Foucault intersects with Galtonian individualist comparativism. In particular, the notions of normativity here seem to speak to his notion of disciplinary power. I'd be interested to hear any of your thoughts on this.
Yeah, great. So basically, I think, yeah, it's very relevant. And I internalized some of Foucault's thinking as a master's student, and that's led to is precisely an influence here in how I thought of this and how I've taken this approach. Saying that, I'm not a Foucault scholar, and I don't think I can speak that knowledgeably in any detail beyond acknowledging that he obviously is an influence here. I think perhaps Shelley will have something to say about that, which would be much more knowledgeable than me. Thanks.
All right. Maddie L asks, thank you, Dr. Chapman, for a highly relatable and valuable presentation. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on whether our current age of mass social media interaction allows autistics to live and engage with a more authentic life, or does it fracture an autistic sense of identity even more?
Right. Okay. So that's an interesting question. I guess, I mean, it's been quite clear historically that the internet has been hugely helpful for autistic people to develop a shared sense of autistic community and identity, as well as social justice movements. So the autism rights movement and then the neurodiversity movement were precisely some of the, I think the first kind of, I would almost say primarily internet movements, or at least that seems to be a larger factor there. Now, the reasons that might be helpful for autistic people such as myself would be that often it's just nicer to be in your own home where you can control your sensory environment, which make it less, more enabling for you, so you can communicate and things like that. I don't know. I don't know if it would fracture identity in any way. I think that the kind of identity that emerges from internet interactions is probably in some qualitative ways slightly different from ones which emerge in different ways. I'm not sure if fracturing would be the right term to describe that. I would need to think on it more though. So, but that's a really interesting question. Thank you very much.
Interesting. So Jan Rienke, and I'm sorry if I mispronounced that, asks, I'm wondering about the role of evidence-based medicine in potentially perpetuating this individualist population average model of neurodivergence. Does the focus on scientific evidence, narrowly defined in EBM, preclude the possibilities of such an ecological or relational approach you outlined?
Thank you. That's yeah. So that's a brilliant question. I guess if I've understood the question properly, I would want to say that at least on my understanding, and different people have a different understanding of other neurodiversity proponents, but on my understanding, an ecological model of say functioning or something like that would not necessarily rule out, and this is one of the reasons why I want to separate the medical model as such from a Galtonian pathology paradigm. I don't think an ecological model would necessarily rule out using this kind of intervention in practice if the individual wanted to. So it would certainly orientate us more towards seeing functioning and so forth and dysfunction as relational and interdependent in some sense, rather than residing within individuals. But in some cases, someone might just find it useful for to focus on the individual. So I don't think it rules this out in any way. I don't know exactly how they would interact to produce new forms of intervention, if that's even what we would call it then. But yeah, thanks. That's a really interesting question. It's not something I've thought of in detail before. So that's my very preliminary answer.
So maybe this question from Chris Jones will actually help to drive a little bit more thinking there. So Chris Jones asks, as a clinical psychologist who sometimes works with children and young people with a diagnosis of autism, I'd be interested in hearing more about how you conceptualize thriving and or flourishing within autism, how you see health professionals' role in this respect.
That's a great question, yeah. So basically, at the moment, in a sense, my view of this is quite pessimistic. I think that the idea of autistic thriving has been rendered invisible to a significant extent, and I mean this in a sense of what some people might call a form of epistemic injustice or something like that. The idea of thriving historically, as well as in a modern period, has often been related to what are seen as objective features of the species and things like that, which often means, among other things, neurotypical. So I think we've basically don't, in an important sense, we don't really know what autistic thriving looks like. Now, I'm not saying that you can't recognize particular manifestations of autistic thriving, but it's been erased, or it's never had a place on our conceptual map or a kind of hermeneutical space. So there's no clear answer that you could give to someone working in a clinic now to say, this is what autistic thriving looks like. At least that's my own view on that. I certainly would say in many ways it's probably going to be different from neurotypical thriving, though. And I would hope that clinicians would explore this relationally with the people they work with to help develop a conception of thriving which fits them and their particular form of neurodivergence. It's worth saying very briefly as well that, of course, the autism itself is such a broad and varied group that I don't think there's probably one kind of autistic thriving either. I think it would actually be probably just as harmful to say there's one kind of autistic thriving as it is to say that there's one kind of human thriving. So we need to work towards some way of understanding to be more pluralistic about thriving so we can recognize these various kinds.
I have a bunch of questions that I want to ask, but I'm going to save them for later because I think there's a lot of really rich territory to cover there. Friedrich Gabel thanks you for a great talk and then asks you a provocative question. In how far could one argue that the neurodiversity paradigm, variety is the new normal, is just a broadening of scope? In other words, does this necessarily overcome the distinction between normal and abnormal, or does it just suggest that the normal needs to be understood in a slightly different way?
So I would say neither of those. It's neither that it completely overcomes it, and nor is it that it needs to be understood in a slightly different way. I would say it's that it needs to be understood in a very different way. And I don't think that there are exactly what that's going to look like hasn't been worked out yet. So I've been trying to work on what health might mean and what pathology might mean, if it means anything, on a neurodiversity paradigm. And I've spoken to many different neurodiversity proponents about this other than myself, and every single person I speak to has a different perspective on this. So that there's nothing like a coherent, as far as I can tell, a coherent view on this shared by neurodiversity proponents. Now, my own preference is to make normalcy, as it were, if you want to call it that, as broad as possible and as inclusive as possible. At the same time, if you end up forcing a narrative on people where you're saying you're not pathological, but they prefer to see themselves as pathological, that can be really harmful for them. So I'm also concerned to allow some scope for people identifying as being, whether you want to call it disordered or pathological in some sense. So yeah, does it change normalcy? I mean, personally, whether you want to call it normalcy or health or just use a different term altogether, I don't think we need to get rid completely of the concept of there being something like say a brain dysfunction. The idea that a brain could never possibly go wrong is not one I find appealing. An example I've sometimes given is infant anencephaly, where if anyone doesn't know what this is, when you develop in utero, your skull and brain just don't develop, and people who would survive to birth, they don't live very long at all, and often aren't conscious, and there's nothing anyone can do about this. So that's something I'm quite happy to say is a pathology, and every neurodiversity proponent that I've spoke to about this pretty much has said the same thing. But we need to just be a bit more clear and work together about some kind of new way of thinking about this, which is inclusive, but which doesn't end up in some sense denying pathology, if that would be a better way of looking at it in some cases. Thanks.
So I'm going to take chair's privilege and just ask one small question, which is, there seems to be what feels to me like a productive tension in your view between thinking about individual flourishing and thinking about ecological and community type structure. And what I'm trying to think through, and what I'd love to hear more about, is how you think about the relationship between individual flourishing and the networks of social and ecological structures that they're embedded within.
That's a great question, and it's one I've been trying to come up with a clear answer to for years, and I haven't yet. One thing I will say is I think that we should separate the idea of functioning from flourishing. I hope we can bring these more apart. I think someone could be functioning very well in some sort of ecological perspective, but perhaps not flourishing. And equally, you could have someone who might be considered contributing to dysfunctions in an ecological perspective, but is flourishing. So a nice example Ginger Hoffman, the philosopher, gives in a recent paper is a group of, it's a thought experiment about a company of like a business. And she says, imagine the company is, everyone is neurotypical. Now, if you look at them all on the individual level, they might be considered functional, and that's on the standard model. But if you look at the group level, it might be considered dysfunctional, because perhaps there's if you compare them to a more diverse group, that diverse group would actually be more functional because there would be more kind of cognitive resources for that group to draw on, and so forth. Now, those individuals in that company might be thriving in some sense, but also, they might also have this kind of group dysfunction level from an ecological perspective, if you look at it like that. So I think they come apart, and it's helpful to analyze them separately, but I don't really have a very clear way of working this out yet. Thank you so much.
All right. So Leslie Klein asks, I was diagnosed with atypical autism at age 60. I feel I would have benefited from being given help to improve my interdependency abilities at an early age. Is this against the view of neurodiversity that you advocate and anti-ABA approaches?
Thanks. That's a really good question. So so I'm speaking again of my personal view here, which may be different to other neurodiversity proponents. I'm against the broader pressure to normalize and how this underlies, I think, much of our current discourse and science and medical interventions and so forth. I'm not against individuals choosing to do that if they want. So I think I'm one of the, I'm probably one of the few neurodiversity proponents who I don't mind that much if say, so firstly, I don't want to say, I don't think a cure for autism is conceptually coherent, but let's put that aside for a minute. And let's say it was. Even then, I wouldn't want funding to go on developing it. And that's mainly because I think that most autistic people don't want that and actually want different things. But let's say just one was accidentally discovered and it was available. If someone decided to take that who was autistic, well, they'd be very welcome to from my perspective. I don't think being against normalization as a kind of form of social pressure is necessarily at odds with allowing individuals to make these choices if they want. Yeah, so I'm basically very much, yeah, don't think the ecological perspective, as it were, clashes with a focus on individual autonomy and individual rights. Basically, I think it enhances it, if anything. Thanks.
Excellent. So Dee asks, can this neurodiversity versus pathology paradigm approach equally be applied to neurodivergences that aren't autism? For example, Tourette's, ADHD, etc.
Great question. Oh yeah, completely. So yeah, sorry if I didn't make that clear enough. So I use the examples of autism partly because that's where much of the discourse has been. But yeah, I totally think it widely is used more broadly, and I think that's great. So the idea begins within the autism community and the autistic community, and it's quite interesting. Something we're seeing is that every time a new group adopts this, so some people kind of come along and say, well, now we've reached the boundaries of neurodiversity and no other group is going to adopt it. But then another group, or at least particular members of another group, do adopt it. So I remember when I first, years ago, I thought that people, probably just due to some prejudices or something on my own behalf, I just assumed that people diagnosed with personality disorders wouldn't find the neurodiversity perspective helpful or wouldn't adopt it or something like that. And I've precisely been proved wrong by that. So lots of people are increasingly finding that helpful. And yeah, this is, I mean, this is a really, it's a really interesting and great thing to see this unfolding and spreading in front of our eyes in a sense. So I would fully endorse anyone who finds it helpful as a way of thinking about their form of neurodivergence and disablement to you know, to adopt this framework if it's helpful. That's a really good thing. Yeah.
Excellent. And so for our final question, Jenny Clark Schiff thanks you for a fantastic talk and asks, I'm curious what you think maybe some of the long-term effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on our thinking about neurodiversity and disability. For example, an increasing number of people of all ages who have contracted the virus are having long-term symptoms and experiencing disability, perhaps for the first time. Some of these experiences feature various neurological symptoms. Would be great to hear your thoughts on this.
Right, thank you. That's a really interesting question. Yeah, so I guess we don't really understand the long-term effects of COVID yet, and so I'm not really sure what that would produce. I mean, if the suggestion is that some people will have their minds or mental functioning permanently changed in some sense, then I guess that could be incorporated into a neurodiversity perspective, but we just don't know if that will be the case. One thing I would say is that it's just made me think of an article I read a few months back. I can't remember who wrote it now or exactly the title of it, but it was written by the head of a company who had employed either all or mostly autistic employees. And he was saying that it had actually turned out to work really well for him during COVID, and that in the particular for them, in the sense that they were mostly well adjusted to the kind of new restrictions and things like that, working from home and so forth. So the claim there was that even though this was not why, obviously it's not why he didn't foresee a pandemic, and that's not why he employed autistic employees, he employed them for a completely different reason. But it just ended up being, turning out to be really helpful. I think one thing people generally think about with pandemics and disease and so forth is that genetic variation in a species is a really good thing for surviving diseases, right? So the more genetic variation that the species has, then the better the species will be at surviving diseases, because more people might be more resistant to it and so forth. And I think you might see something similar here, a kind of parallel with mental functioning precisely, giving support to this idea that the more neurological diversity you have within a culture or society, that the more robust it will be as a whole. And that's the kind of ecological perspective. And that also comes, of course, with a kind of conservationist perspective. It's a kind of different normative implication from the individualist sort of Darwinian one, where you try and eliminate people who are, on the outside of the norm. This ecological perspective says, no, it's a conservationist, but conservation is good. You get this different kind of norm that comes with it. So perhaps in the best case scenario, the pandemic would help thinking like that. Although on the whole, I've got to say that the pandemic has been really bad for people for disabled people in all sorts of ways. So I don't know how optimistic we can be about that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And thank you for a fantastic talk and a fantastic session.
Thank you so much. Thank you for hosting.
And Robert and Bryce, thank you for a really excellent session. Robert for the paper, Bryce for chairing and dealing with the questions in such impressive way. So let us thank you both. My applause will stand for everyone else's applause here. So we will resume in 5 minutes past the hour. I can see August and Cecilia are here with us in the panel section. So perhaps you could turn on your cameras and microphones and we can have a chat. Just a note to the captioner. Yesterday, I gave the caption as a break in these 10 minutes, but we had some requests from the audience to keep the captions going, if you wouldn't mind, so that everyone who's still on the call could hear what we're discussing. So I hope that is okay.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this session, which is 2A. We have a talk, A Neurodiversity Paradigm for Moral Responsibility, presented by August Gorman from Princeton University. And just to tell you a little bit something about August, he is a trans-disabled analytic philosopher of ethics and disability. They are values and public policy postdoctoral fellow at Princeton University, co-appointed in the Center for Human Values and the Center for Health and Wellbeing. Their work focuses on how traditional debates about agency, moral responsibility, well-being, and consent intersect with neurodivergent experiences and the lived realities of psychological disability. August?
Great. Thank you so much, Cecilia. And I just want to thank Shelley for inviting me to speak as part of this really incredible lineup. My talk today, it's going to flow, I think, quite nicely from our previous talk. I'm going to preview sort of the big idea from a book manuscript that I'm working on that uses a neurodiversity lens to articulate a new theory of moral responsibility. So,
August, if you don't mind me stepping in 1 second, I forgot to mention that there's closed captioning at the bottom of the screen if you go to the CC button. And then also, if you have questions during the Q&A session, please type in your question in the Q&A using the Q&A button. And then I'll go ahead and read that to August and he will respond.
Great. Oops. Thank you so much. Okay, so my plan for this talk is to do 3 things. First, I'm going to introduce 2 ways to think about agents with psychological differences that impact their agential functioning. So one that treats this kind of difference as defective and one that treats it as natural variance. Second, I'm going to show how the differences defect paradigm, or I think I might say the pathology paradigm, is implicit in the very foundations of the philosophy literature on moral responsibility. And third, I'm going to attempt just sort of the beginnings of a sketch of a model of how the moral responsibility literature might change on a neurodiversity paradigm and what the benefits of doing that might be. So I will be glossing over some of the finer details because my goal will be to give you a sense of the bigger picture idea, but I'm happy to delve sort of deeper into the specifics in the Q&A. So in order to talk about two different models for thinking about different kinds of agential differences, I want to start by talking about a different kind of difference and then working by analogy. Okay, so I'm going to ask you to do something that might seem a little bit strange. Hold on. Okay, I want you to close your eyes and try to picture a red star. So close your eyes, try to picture a red star. Got it? Okay, so what did you see when you closed your eyes in your mind's eye? Did you see a perfectly clear red star like number 6, or did you see something fainter? Or perhaps if you're like me, you saw something closer to number 1. You saw absolutely nothing at all. So I use this example because much of common sense wisdom and philosophy seem to concur that being able to visually imagine things that are not present is a crucial and ubiquitous human capacity. The social world we live in is set up as though this is the case. We advise people with insomnia to count sheep, people who've lost their wallets to retrace their steps, assuming they'll be using their mind's eye to witness the sheep jumping over the fence, and to retrace the steps of their day. Philosophers have also built many theories that take as foundational Aristotle's premise that, quote, it is impossible to think without an image. Anyone who claimed to not have this ability, you might think, would have some sort of very strange brain defect indeed. But it turns out, actually, this is just not true and hasn't been fully realized until recently. Visualizing abilities naturally range across the spectrum from complete mind blindness to movie-like accuracy. So some people, they tell me when they close their eyes, they can watch almost like a video of something happening. I have no idea what that would be like. I close my eyes, there is nothing visual there whatsoever. So what is my point here? Well, there are two different ways that we can think about this sort of difference. We might take a difference as defect model, right? Where there's some capacity that we take to be pretty fundamental to being human. And then we think, well, sadly, there are just some people who have something wrong with them and they're outside of that. Or we might adopt a neurodiversity model, according to which there just happens to be some natural human variance in terms of visualizing ability. And this is just sort of a neutrally balanced fact. And note that people who don't have strong visualizing abilities do use other strategies to do the same tasks. So they're starting to do some research. And they tested mental rotation tasks where, you know, you're given like some sort of test and you see a 3D shape represented and you have to choose which one represents it turned around. They actually found that people who can't visualize do these tasks just as well. They just use other sorts of mental resources to do them, and it takes them a bit longer to do it. But they do it with the same amount of accuracy. So what I want you to note here is that there are sort of some pretty clear differences in the ethical landscape that's implied by these two different pictures. So the difference as defect model, it sort of encourages an attitude of pity because it puts the onus on the person who falls outside of the norm to sort of advocate for themselves as well. And these are often people from a stigmatized group. But it sort of assumes that the rest of us, and generally speaking, are the normal people. And these are the important capacities. Now, the neurodiversity model, on the other hand, first of all, it eschews sharp divides between the normal agents and the others. It holds that we as people in general tend to be different in degree and not in kind. In this way, it doesn't exoticize differences. We can ask if our society is set up to cater better to people on some part of this spectrum, and how this might disable certain people. But our working assumption should be that people also have other ways of navigating the world if those ways are made available to them. So to see just sort of a clear ethical implication here, imagine you have a budget to spend on mental wellness programs in a workplace. Well, it seems clear that if we have the option, we should try to use the neurodiversity model and realize, since not everyone excels at visualizing, we shouldn't spend the entire budget on a guided visualization meditation program, right? Because there's some people who this is just going to do nothing for. And that seems pretty clearly right to me. A neurodiversity model also is going to encourage us to check our assumptions before we make judgments about people and before we blame them for something. So for example, if we take the neurodiversity model, you should not be so quick to accuse someone who, say, can't picture their wife's face. You shouldn't think, that person clearly doesn't care enough about their wife. Once you realize that people just vary along a spectrum for this sort of capacity. Okay. So I think it seems like kind of an easy sell to say we should aim to operate on a neurodiversity model as much as we can when it comes to these sorts of ethical questions that have to do with variance in visualizing ability. My real claim, though, is that we should do the same for variance in agential functioning. So some examples of what I mean by that: attention, memory, executive function, emotional mind reading ability, the impacts of trauma, these sorts of things. I think we should take a similar tack with these. But I think the need for a shift in this domain is especially hard to see in the current moral responsibility literature, because competence at these capacities is thought to be fundamental to what even makes us responsible agents. And this is sort of the way that literature is set up. So I think the difference is defect paradigm, or what we might call the pathology paradigm, is really implicit in many aspects of the moral responsibility literature. But today I'm just going to focus on one fundamental issue to illustrate the larger point. So I want to focus on the question of which actions are people in principle appraisable for. Okay. This is, I think, a very fundamental issue in moral responsibility, and being able to illustrate how the pathology paradigm sort of functions here should show us just sort of how deeply seated this paradigm is in this literature. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about what the current dialectic looks like here. So take the following case. Suppose that there's a person who has Tourette syndrome and they have a particular kind of ticking behavior, coprolalia, which is the urge to sort of frequently utter obscenity. I'm a little hesitant to use this example because only about 10% of people who have Tourette syndrome have these particular kinds of tics, but I think that they have a clear sort of ethical implication, so I am going to use these cases, but I do want to note that. Because I think it's sort of stereotyped that that's the most common kind or something, but it's actually not. Okay, so here's my case though. A person who has this sort of ticking behavior has the urge to utter, let's say, a slur that targets a minority person who is in the room but is going to be leaving shortly. So let's suppose that this person does their tic and says the slur before the person leaves the room. Now, the way philosophers of moral responsibility might handle this case is to say, I think, one of two things. They might say, okay, well, this person clearly doesn't have any control over their actions. They're acting completely involuntarily. It's sort of like a twitch. So we shouldn't blame them. They're just out of control. Blame is not an appropriate reaction. We should instead pity this person. It's just unfortunate. But as it turns out, when you look at the actual lived experience of people with Tourette syndrome, many people, not all, but report their tics as being sort of voluntary responses to a buildup of internal pressure. And as being, they report that they're able to actually withhold their ticking for short periods of time. Although it's kind of quite psychologically painful to do so. So now returning to just the current dialectic, if that's right, sort of the only option is to say, okay, I guess these people are sort of autonomous after all. They are in control. If they could have held off, but they didn't, then I guess they're fully blameworthy for saying a horrible thing, just like anyone else who says a slur would be. But that doesn't seem right either. I think neither of these ways of handling the case are right. And notice we only really have these two options according to this dialectic. Either the person is defective as an agent, rendered completely non-autonomous by their medical condition, lacking control over what they do, or the person is failing at their personal responsibility, they're sort of making excuses. So what I want to do is sketch a different way entirely of looking at the case, and one that shifts to a neurodiversity paradigm. Okay, so I want to draw out sort of one way that we might use a neurodiversity paradigm to handle the case. I don't want to claim it's the only way, but it's a way inspired by thinking on a neurodiversity paradigm that I think gets us a little further. Okay. So what I want to do is draw a distinction between agents and the environmental conditions in which agents act. So lots of things might count as part of the environment on this distinction I want to make. So let's say maybe there's one door to a room, and the person can't leave the room without pushing past other people who are in the doorway. So that's part of the agent's environment, not part of their agency. But no, it does constrain which actions are available for the agent. So it has some effect on sort of the terrain that person has to navigate with their agency. Okay, but there are also some mental features of agents that I want to suggest might also count as part of these environmental background conditions that an agent has to navigate. So let's first talk about some common examples. Imagine sort of extreme exhaustion or the urge to scratch an itch. So these, I think, are not things that reveal deep truths about a person, though she may manage these things indirectly, right? She could make sure she gets lots of sleep, and that might change it so she's not exhausted, or she might put aloe on her itchy skin. That will make it so she doesn't have an urge to scratch an itch. Those things might reveal to us something about her as an agent, but the bare fact that she's exhausted doesn't itself tell us something about her. So using the neurodiversity model as our guide now, I want to suggest that the boundary between environment and agent just differs a little bit in each person. There's just natural variance here that I think on its own is neither good nor bad. So I want to say a person who has coprolalia from Tourette syndrome just happens to have a piece of their psychology that stands outside of their agency that not all that many people have. So the urge to utter obscene language. And this, I think we should think of just like extreme exhaustion or the urge to scratch an itch. It's not something that reveals something especially deep about the person. If it causes them to act, we might think about it like how an urge to scratch an itch causes someone to scratch that itch. It's not something deeply agential, although perhaps it might be managed in some sorts of ways that might be agential. Okay, I know this is a little bit obscure without going into the details of what distinguishes a person's agency from their environment, and I do have an account of that, but I won't be able to go into too many details since what I really want to do is aim to give you a bigger picture sense of why this is important. Okay, but to return to this question, which actions are people in principle appraisable for? In short, I want to say the agential ones. So not ones that are mere byproducts of their environments, like falling asleep from exhaustion or scratching an itch. So just to give you a little bit more meat on the bones of this idea, the basic idea, I think, is that the agential ones are going to be at least loosely connected to the agent's deeper preferences and priorities, and thus reveal or express something about them. Okay, but here's the crucial part for our purposes. I think we can, however, be responsible for managing and navigating our environments or failing to do so. So take a nice example case here where you walk into a room and there's just a slur written on a whiteboard. Now, you didn't write it, but you know it will look like you did when someone who that slur targets walks into the room next. So perhaps you ought to erase it. Perhaps you would be responsible for failing to do so. It's not the same as if you had actually written it, but perhaps you might be responsible for this different thing, managing your environment. So likewise, I think it's at least possible that a person with Tourette syndrome could be responsible for insulting someone due to not temporarily suppressing an urge to say a slur. But I want to say two giant caveats to that. One, that's a very different thing than being responsible for saying a slur, full stop. And two, here's a big disanalogy. It's not cost-free to suppress an urge. It's quite painful. It's also not cost-free to cancel the implication by explaining that you have Tourette syndrome either, at least not in our current society. Okay, so right in the whiteboard case, it's probably not that hard to just erase the thing that's written on the whiteboard. Not so in our Tourette syndrome case. So I think there's a real question: who takes on these costs? Right? It's difficult to suppress these urges. It's difficult to explain to people, oh, you know, it's going to seem like I'm saying a slur and I'm saying this horrible thing, but really it's because I have Tourette syndrome and this is what Tourette syndrome means. And it's just not obvious that we should make people with Tourette syndrome take on those burdens, right? So if we were operating on a differences defect model, we might think, well, we should pity that person, but it's kind of on them to explain and to take care of all of these costs, and we'll help if we can, but ultimately it's their problem, right? I don't think we should think like that. I think we actually have to think about questions of social justice. And importantly, I think we really can't do the ethics of blame without first answering some more basic questions of social justice that set the norms on which our moral responsibility system runs. So I think there's a two-step process that we can do, I think, by the way, with any kind of agential difference that will help bring the political nature of our norms of blame into the foreground. So the first sort of imaginative task is imagine everyone in the world had Tourette syndrome. What would the responsibility norms that they would design look like? Would they assume that all uttering of obscenity was directed at each other to be hateful? Probably not, right? They would just probably accept it as a normal part of life. They would operate on a norm, I would imagine, that you need further evidence that a person really meant to be hateful in saying something than just the fact that it was uttered. Okay, well, that's interesting, right? Now that means it's the fact that having Tourette syndrome is somewhat of a minority status that makes it the fact that there's even a problem here in this case at all. If that's right, it's certainly not obvious that we don't need to sort of share the burdens. So the next question that I think we should be asking is, if we don't assume any one particular way that the boundaries between agent and environment might be situated, We don't assume any one particular neurological setup that people would have, then what norms would we come up with for this situation? And it's not obvious. I think these are difficult questions. But I think one general lesson that we might draw from asking these questions is to say something like this: until it's truly costless, or at least much closer to costless, to disclose agential differences, we should be a lot more cautious than we usually are in our attributions and our judgments and our blame. I think there's probably something like we need to both work towards destigmatizing agential differences so that we can be a bit more nuanced in understanding how to read the social implications of what people are doing, while at the same time realizing that we're not there yet, doing some non-ideal theory, and realizing, look, it's not costless to disclose agential differences. Some people who have certain kinds of agential differences aren't even going to be aware of those. We have to look at access issues in terms of mental health. We have to look at all of these costs that we have in our current system. And we have to take those on board. And I think in general, we're going to find that we're going to want to relax some of our initial gut judgments that we have about people, since we tend to have in mind this sort of one ideal agent picture, right? And we think that we can sort of go through life as though we know how to read the social meanings of people's actions, and when perhaps we don't. Okay, so whether you're with me on the specifics of this Tourette syndrome case or not, my bigger point here is that these sort of interesting and important questions about burdens and the social justice issues and who takes on the costs and how do we make it more stigma-free to disclose agential differences, and how do we interact given those imperfections? All of those interesting and important questions, I think, are just obscured by the current dialectic. There's just not room to raise them because, remember, the current dialectic just really gives us these two options. We say, aha, we have this person who said a slur, but it's from Tourette syndrome. Either the person is completely out of control and not responsible, or they're fully responsible, just like anyone else who said a slur. And I think that there's really interesting terrain and interesting questions that we need to pose and that we need to work on that are just really hard to see when we're operating on this current paradigm. I think part of the problem is that the way the moral responsibility literature has proceeded, this is a tiny bit of perhaps a genealogy of the moral responsibility literature, is that it has talked about people with agential differences and neurodivergences and psychological disability, but it usually talks about these people as examples of people who lack some sort of capacity. And people take, some capacity that they want to claim as fundamental to even being a responsible agent. And they'll look at this group of people and they say, surely we shouldn't blame them. It must be because they're not responsible agents, because they lack this fundamental capacity. And that's sort of the way this literature has developed. And it just makes it very hard to see what the ethics of interacting with people who have neurological differences, what those ethics are. Since we've sort of written people who don't fit this model of the ideal responsible agent out of the conversation in some sort of important way. So I think there are plenty of questions to be worked out still about what a new and better system would look like. But I think those are the discussions that I would really love to be having. And I think that the need for a shift to a neurodiversity paradigm in this literature is very real. And hopefully it'll open up a richer set of questions about how we ought to interact with each other across spectrums of difference. Okay, I think I'll end there for now and take Q&A. Thanks.
Thank you very much, August. That was very inspiring. So I'm going to just go ahead and start with the first question. The first question is from Benjamin Carpenter. And the question is, how would your account respond to accounts of personhood that reject a substantive account of identity, the self? Trends within post-structuralist theory may argue against any fixed distinction between self and environment, and it seems your account of agency relies upon an ability to very precisely distinguish between parts of the psychology within and without an agent's control. I'm wondering if the notion of control often used within this literature might be more centrally the problem. Would love to hear your thoughts on this.
Great. Thanks so much. That's an excellent question. So I think there's two things. I do want to advance some claims about this substantive distinction between self and environment, but I do think that's in principle separable from the larger critique that I want to make. And perhaps you're right here, that it's this notion of control, or at least a simplistic way of thinking, right, about agential difference and sort of having that amount to someone's being out of control of themselves. That's really where the neurodiversity-based critique is centered, right? I think that I want to sketch what it might look like to have a neurodiversity-inspired paradigm to talk about it, but right, you might critique that for other reasons. And I do think that there's something interesting to say about the idea that there's this fixed boundary between self and environment, because I'm not sure that I even want to claim that. I might not go so far as being in a post-structuralist theory in terms of the flexibility between self and environment, but even without going that far, I think that sometimes people are able to modify the boundary between self and environment. And I was asked a really interesting question once about people who want to like reclaim part of their ticking behavior as something. So there's people who use their tics as part of artistic expression, for example, right? Could you take this thing that I'm claiming as part of the environment and somehow incorporate it into part of yourself? I think that there's some room to think about this as, oh, I'm sorry, timer, as a flexible boundary, more so than it might have appeared in my rough sketch. So anyway, just to summarize, two quick things. One is that, yes, I think that you can take on board my sort of neurodiversity critique without accepting all of the details of my self-environment picture. And two, I'm open to thinking about the self-environment picture being a little more flexible than what it might have appeared like. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Our next question, Leslie Klein asks, she first thanks you for the great talk, and then asks, there's also the point of view of the person affected by the slur. Isn't it true that it is still a slur and may have to be dealt with, but taking into account the agential differences in the person making the slur, for example, race hatred legislation?
Absolutely. And I realize now that in my presentation, I didn't especially make that clear, but I actually think that's part of why this is such an interesting and important question, and why I've used this particular case to illustrate, because I think the issues here are really thorny. It's absolutely right? We can't discount the perspective of a person who's just heard a slur. I think we need to think about, in order to really answer the ethics of blame in the particular case, we'd need to know more details, right, about these people's identity. Does it matter if the person with Tourette syndrome is part of the relevant minority group? Does it matter if that person is part of the oppressive class that's oppressing people of that particular group? And those questions are different, right, from just the ethics of slurs in general. What about the ethics of managing sort of accidentally saying slurs in this way that I don't know, right? Like, I don't ultimately know how we settle those questions, but I think in order to have a productive conversation that incorporates the interests of these groups, these different groups that have to be taken into account, we have to get clear about what sort of question we're asking in terms of a person with Tourette syndrome or some other kind of agential difference. And we have to get clear about the fact that we're asking a different question than just the question of, what are the ethics of slurs in this situation? And so ultimately, at the end of the day, there might be different sorts of situations where, right, ultimately it does make sense to say, look, this is the kind of case where you need to be able to manage saying this. I need to, if it's me, right, I need to recognize that this is like an extremely hateful word and it's really unfortunate. And that even when I have the best of intentions, some people might not understand, and there are real costs to that in the world. But we need to be able to do sort of the social justice philosophy so that it doesn't automatically become the responsibility of the person, I think, who has the agential difference to take on all of that themselves. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much. The next question is from Cynthia Stark, and she also thanks you for this very interesting talk. And she asks, can you explain why in the case where the person with Tourette's is not held responsible for the the associated feeling is pity? It seems that we could hold persons not responsible but not pity them. Does this idea come about of a Straussian account of blame?
Great question. I think that's right. So I may have been giving a bit of a caricature in a way, and you're right to press me on this. A caricature of the idea that if someone is exempt from blame, we have to pity them, right? It seems to imply that sort of picture of the world to me, and I think that's why I'm saying it seems like I guess we have to just pity them. But you're right. You don't strictly, you could have a view that such people are just completely exempt. It's due to the fact that they lack some important capacity, but not think that you have to pity them. I do think on the question about does it come out of a Straussian account of blame, I do think that there is something problematic about the way people often talk about taking the objective attitude on a Straussian account of blame. So the idea is meant to be something like, we can't have a full-fledged kind of relationship with a person who doesn't have this sort of capacity. We take the objective attitude and we're really just sort of treating them almost like an animal. And these sorts of words are used. And I guess to me that implies that this kind of just treating someone by managing them or almost treating them like an animal or a small child sort of implies this feeling of, we have to pity them. But perhaps you could have a very different attitude, right? Even Straussian says, right, you might take on that objective attitude if you're a therapist, for example, and therapists aren't pitying their clients, they're trying to work with them to shape them in certain ways. And one might also take a sort of objective attitude towards some part of themselves without having pity. So there might be room to work within a Straussian tradition and change those attitudes into something more productive. And but I myself am not inclined to go that way because I think and I haven't fully articulated this, but there's something about it to me that just seems somewhat conceptually tied to a pathology model. And I might be wrong about that. But there seems an awfully close connection. Perhaps it's because there's a sort of disengagement with the person as an agent in some sense, which I find troubling. But this is an excellent question that I think I want to think more about. So thank you.
Great. Thank you as well. And then Claire asks, just wondering if you make a distinction between intention and harm in considering blame. So with my ND son, we've always talked about how explanations for an action, i.e. I didn't know saying that would hurt your feelings, matter for intention and thus impact blame. But when it comes to the harm, the reasons don't mean that the person's feelings are no longer hurt.
Nice. Yeah, I think this is a good sort of common sense way of drawing out a distinction that I think is important. So it's perhaps a way that we have in sort of common parlance of talking about the sort of distinction I might be after when I'm saying something like, it's just very different, someone who wants to say a slur just in order to be hateful versus the person who wants to say a slur because they have this buildup of energy that's giving them an urge to discharge this tick. Otherwise, they'll go through a lot of psychological distress otherwise. And that's right, I think. That's two very different kinds of intent. And what's nice about this sort of common sense way of talking about it is you can say, look, even though there's different kinds of intent, there's still a harm that's present. That said, I wouldn't want to subscribe to the view that sort of no matter the intent, the harm is the only thing that matters, because the harm isn't sort of inevitable, right? Because we could have built a world in which it's very easy for people who have Tourette syndrome to be open enough about this that there wouldn't just be these situations where someone's stuck in a room and the other person has never heard of Tourette syndrome and they're just always going to be harmed. And so I don't want to go so far as to say, look, it's just your personal responsibility for whatever harm ends up happening, because I think in some important sense, it's all of our responsibility to manage that harm. One thing that I do like about this picture, where I'm talking about self and environment, is that we all might have some responsibility to manage environments. And that's clear once we sort of take it out of that person's agency in a way. The situation is a situation that's a relationship between self and environment, but other people can interact with the environment and other people can shape the way that social messages are received. So there's things I really like about that distinction, but there's also, I think, some more nuance that I would want to add into it. Thanks.
Great. And then we have a follow-up by Javier Camargo. They ask, in this topic of responsibility, it is interesting the responsibility that is deposited on the parents who have a neurodivergent child. The tendency in society is that parents control their children. What do you think from your perspective? And thank you for the wonderful presentation.
Thanks. So this is really interesting. So I am interested in this topic, I think I should say, sort of from two perspectives at the same time. One is just from being involved in the moral responsibility literature and noticing some sort of implicit differences defect thinking and wanting to excavate that. But another perspective is just being a person who navigates this world. So I have ADHD, I have a partner who's autistic, and we often have the sorts of interactions where we have to navigate these very issues, right? We have to decide how to distribute the burdens of how we can interpret and misinterpret each other. And they're very real world questions. And these are, real ethical interpersonal issues that I think are really quite common, actually, because I really do think that we all have sorts of different ways of navigating this world. And so the question of parents who then have some sort of children who are neurologically different from them is an interesting one, because it's right in my relationship with my partner, we're sort of on even footing in a way, right? And so we try to balance things as evenly as we can. Like, okay, I'll take on the burden of remembering that you don't mean it when you say this thing. This is just a thing that happens. And okay, I'll realize that you're just irritable when you have this sort of sensory thing going on, but it's not really directed at me, right? We can sort of do that in an even way. Now, when you're a parent, though, I think you take on some additional responsibilities. I think that there's an interesting duality that all people who are some sort of neurodivergent minority have to cope with, I think, which is trying to understand themselves and being able to even parse what their own intent is versus what it might seem like their intent was, and also navigating what intent their actions will seem to have given the paradigms and the norms that our society has. And as a parent, I would imagine, and I'm not a parent myself yet, that there's a difficult and important balancing act between explaining to children who might be neurodivergent the ways that their actions will likely be interpreted in this world, and also sort of working towards a more just world where people might be able to understand different social meanings for actions. And so it's a really tough job, but parenting is a really tough job. So I think that's my answer there. Thanks.
Great. And if I could actually ask a follow-up. So it seems to be the case that others, right? This relationship between others and self is really, really important in determining responsibility. And would you say also in determining like agential responsibility, right? So it's like when we think about, well, what is the agent actually responsible for? It seems that that input from the society, not just that they're part of the environment, but the interaction, right? So what others are responsible for seems to also define what one is responsible for, which I don't think people really talk about, especially in individualistic kind of centered ethics.
Yes, I think that's a great point. I'm really glad you said that. So I have another piece. I think it's going to end up being a piece of the book where I'm looking at the impacts of trauma on agency. And this is a case where I think it really makes clear, right? If we ask questions like, well, what would society look like if we had adequate resources for trauma survivors? And then when we want to ask these questions about, this person had a really traumatic past, right? Should we hold them responsible for what they did anyway, even though they had a traumatic past? That I think is a nice example of what you're saying, where it's like, well, what about our obligations as a society to like give people the resources to handle trauma? And here's a case where, in terms of who's responsible and where the boundaries of that agent are, get very murky once we sort of bring in that social dimension. So thanks, it's a great question.
Thank you. And then we also have Jenny Clark Schiff, who asks, first she says, thank you for your insightful presentation. And then she asks, could you clarify how one goes about determining in what context certain features of a person are to be counted as something in the agential sphere, so to speak, and when they are not? For example, while exhaustion in the case you use may be something that can be tended to, in other contexts, exhaustion can be a key component of someone's disability. Consider chronic fatigue syndrome or ME/CFS.
Awesome. This is a great question. So I do have a lot more to say that I won't be able to say entirely right now about how you determine the difference between agent and environment. I have like a pretty complex view about this, and I hinted just slightly that I think in order for something to count as agential, it's going to have to be linked in some way with a person's preferences and priorities. I actually think the connection doesn't have to be quite as strong as some people think. I don't think you have to like reflect on your desires and choose one and act on it in the Harry Frankfurt picture. I think the process can really be much less explicit and intentional. And I have a particular way that I like to carve that distinction. That said, I think that I truly believe that people are really quite individual on a lot of these metrics. So if we even just go back to my kind of goofy picture here with the two different agents, I think the shape of agency really is going to look a little bit different in each person. And so even things like exhaustion, people are going to have very different relationships with. And so I think that's exactly right, that since this is different in different people, we're going to want to say different things about different cases. And I wish I had more to say about exhaustion in particular and chronic fatigue, and I don't at this moment, but that's something I should really investigate more. I think that's an interesting case, right, where managing exhaustion is going to become a really prominent feature of someone's life. And then we want to think, right, about how we would more equitably distribute those costs and how that would impact blame. And one of the reasons that I used exhaustion as an example is I've just noticed in my own life that there are differences in the ways that people experience exhaustion and even falling asleep. So for some people, I think it's more agential, like, okay, I'm choosing to go to sleep now. And if I don't choose that, I could stay up for quite a long time. And for other people, you really might just fall asleep. And so depending on what sort of agential relationship you have, even to something like exhaustion, I think can make a big difference in whether or not, you know, if someone falls asleep during what you're saying, you could take that as a sign of disrespect or not. And so we really do need to be careful even about easy or obvious seeming examples that we're really taking into account the diversity of ranges of being an agent and interacting with these sorts of experiences. So thank you, great question.
Very nice, thank you very much. I'm thinking we're out of time currently. So thank you very much for your wonderful presentation, August. I think you gave us a lot to think about. And the audience, please stay tuned for the next presentation and have a good day.
And can I thank you, Cecilia, as well as August, a really fantastic session. And we can see we've got a huge number of questions still in the Q&A and in the chat that we didn't get to. We could have spent so long on this. So I'd like to thank you on behalf of all of the audience and the organizers. So really fabulous. Thanks so much. Okay, so the next session starts at 5 minutes past the hour. The presentation is by Joshua, who is with us now. So Joshua, if you'd like to turn on your camera and your microphone, then we'll introduce ourselves. Hi.
Hi.
And Shelley, you're back with us now. Great. Okay, so Shelley, you're chairing the next session, so we don't need to run through any of the drill for that. You're okay with all of that. And Joshua, do you have some slides for us?
So I have a couple slides, but I'm going to be going back and forth between using slides and being like in the screen, if that's okay.
Jamie, can you advise on how?
Yes, that's perfectly fine. Are you happy just to test sharing your slides just to make sure it appears correctly and the advancing works? Thank you.
Yep.
Great stuff.
Yeah. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's all fine.
Great.
Yeah.
And then if we just stop share. Excellent.
All right. Okay, I like the look of those slides. Okay, it looks like it's going to be a very interesting presentation. Okay, so I think we're all in good shape. Katie, you're there? You're okay?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. All right. So look, you can chat if you'd like to. I'm just going to turn off my video and microphone, and Shelley, I'll leave things with you and Joshua. That's okay.
Okay, we're going to start. Well, first of all, I want to say that I just found the talks by August and Robert amazing. And I thought that Cecilia and Bryce both did a fantastic job of chairing. So I'm very grateful. And it's now my great pleasure to introduce our next speaker. Our next presenter, Joshua St. Pierre, whose preferred pronouns are he and him. I first met Joshua at a Canadian Society for Women in Philosophy conference several years ago. And he did a fascinating interview with me in 2015 for the Dialogues on Disability series. Joshua, who holds a PhD in philosophy from the University of Alberta, and is Canada Research Chair in Critical Disability Studies and Assistant Professor of Political Science at the University of Alberta, works at the intersection of critical disability studies, contemporary political theory, and feminist theory. He's published on topics such as the phenomenology of disfluency, history of speech-language pathology, eugenics and feminist theory in a variety of venues, including Hypatia, Foucault Studies, and the Journal of Literary and Cultural Disability Studies. Please join me in welcoming Joshua St. Pierre and use the Q&A button at the bottom of your screen to submit questions and comments for Joshua, Katie Tyner, our moderator. A reminder that captioning is available through the CC button, which can also be found at the bottom of your screen. And just to let you know, the font size for captions is adjustable. So take it away, Joshua.
Thank you so much, Shelley, for that introduction, and thank you for having me here this morning. I'm very happy to be here. Let me start by acknowledging that I and the University of Alberta are situated on Treaty 6 territory, traditional lands of many indigenous peoples, including the Cree, the Blackfoot, Métis, and others. This acknowledgement, I think, is especially important in online spaces such as these that tend to remove us from our relation to place. Speaking to resonant concerns, one thesis of this talk I'm going to give this morning is that as we become talking heads, we become deterritorialized or torn, as it were, from the earth of the body and from our constitutive relations and collective sites of enunciation. So part of this project is to replunge communication back into its materiality. A note before I get going on accessibility. I'm going to be going back and forth between using slides for this talk. And the slides are accessibility both for you, but also for myself as a speaker. I'm also going to at times, I'm using slides at all, and just being a talking head, because I think that's important to this project too. So of course my speech is unpredictable in time, and so I've practiced this, but we'll see how far I get through it today. So this talk is basically an introduction to a book project that's currently under review. That's called Cheap Talk: Disability and the Politics of Communication. And this book uses communication disability as a critical lens to discuss how talk is being rendered cheap in two ways. The first is the political aspect of, quote, talk is cheap, that refers to empty talk that's not tied to action. And the second, or economic part of the cheapening, is where talk has been rendered a cheap resource stream under neoliberalism. And my argument is that these two modes of cheapening are tightly connected. However, in this particular session, I'll focus mainly on the first aspect, on the political cheapening, and we'll approach it by drawing a few connections between three figures. So I'm the talking head, I'm the troll, and the stutterer. The stutterer, of course, refers to disfluent subjects like myself. The troll. The troll refers broadly to the internet troll and the phenomenon of trolling we've become familiar with. And the talking head comes from the television pundit reading from a script, or later from shouting out talking points. So what is cheap talk? One of the big influences for this project is this quote from Deleuze that says, "And we don't suffer these days from any lack of communication, but rather from all the forces making us say things when we've nothing much to say." So so I want to think a bit about this more. This morning about some of these forces that Deleuze is talking about. So social media is, of course, low-hanging fruit here, but cheap talk can be found everywhere. So social media is part of the story insofar as it forms a component part of the communicative assemblages from which we speak. But I am here most interested in the biopolitical technologies that habituate fluency within bodies to make fleshy communication compatible with the smooth norms and protocols of information machines. In other words, this project is a genealogy that seeks to trace the neoliberal technologies of the cheapening of talk. And here again, we can think of the political cheapening, where talk has been disconnected from both action and from truth. But we can also discuss the ways that so-called infocapitalism has made communication internal to its processes of accumulation. That is to say, the communicative rhythms of the body have had to be made repeatable, predictable, and quick, reduced to a form of human capital. And moreover, speech itself starts to function like capital, insofar as it must be unfrozen from bodies and constantly deregulated. So combined, I'm taking these two forces together, and in context of Toulouse's quote, and we have what I've started like, and we have what we can call the force of the easily sayable, that levels differences between speakers and among other things of all sorts. So this force of the easily sayable shapes both what is possible to speak, but also who gets to be heard as a speaker. So in the remainder of this talk, I want to explore this project through three figures. The talking head, the troll, and the stutterer, or to put different signposts on this map between the smooth talker, the bullshitter, and the shitty talker. Okay, so I'm just gonna stop the screen for just a minute and ask the question, what is a talking head? So in the first pass, in the most banal sense, the talking head is this, basically, a close-up on screen and an entity that reads scripts with authoritative voices in order to transmit information. Thus, in the first sense, a talking head is a nexus of information and affect. it emits snappy sound bites and attracts attention and thus capital. In this way, a good talking head does both aesthetic and communicative labor, while erasing this normalizing labor in order to produce the fiction of effortless contact and universal connectability. So let me be honest here. I'm a defective talking head. My tongue juts out uncontrollably, and my face scrunches up. I literally deformed the talking head. I'm temporally unpredictable. I invoke affect, but the wrong kinds of affect. I don't relay information smoothly. Unlike some stutterers, for example, Joe Biden, I never overcame my stuttering and wasn't ever rehabilitated into a serviceable talking head. So to go back to the PowerPoint here. What is a talking head? Well, at a second pass, we could say a talking head is a universally interfaceable and automatic connection machine. And these are just rough definitions I'm giving here. So a talking head is kind of actually a weird being, right? This thing that spews sound bites. And the thing about a talking head is it doesn't just appear, but it has to be produced and it has to be produced and repaired over time. And infotherapeusis is the term that I've been using to describe the mechanisms that produce cheap talk. And so we could think here of two parts. Infotherapeusis is a collision of technologies of speech correction that were produced in the 19th century that are put in service of the needs of information machines, and often in good neoliberal fashion, the therapeutic labor of maintaining oneself as a talking head falls upon the individual self. However, there's something really important here to pay attention to, I think, and that's the fact that talking heads are not confined to official channels on cable news, since as a local radio station, I'm as always saying, we are all, I think, invited to become talking heads and to quote unquote join the conversation, or to make your voice heard. And these imperatives, I think, actually obscure the more subtle ways this force of communication works. Or to put the point about becoming talking heads in a different way, infotherapeusis renders us all talking heads, even across digital divides. The question is not, are you a talking head, but how good of a talking head are you? So thirdly, we can talk about what a talking head does, or what is its function. So more than a site of effective and informational contact, the talking head, I think, the functions to relay order words. So you have to forgive me. I'm just going to be hopping over theory really quickly here, but for Deleuze and Guattari, at least, the order word is a basic linguistic unit, and as Deleuze says here, and when you are informed, you are told what you are supposed to believe. In other words, informing means circulating an order word. So order words are semiotic coordinates that don't precisely communicate information, but give an order or organization to the world in reference to a dominant grammar and social obligation. So we could, for example, think of preschool teachers who make comments of, quote, what the boys do or what boys don't do, and thereby prescribe what is possible to think and to feel. But we actually already have an order word here right on the screen. Join the conversation. And this imperative, I think, actually oversells the order, because here communication is always and already positioned as an unquestionable good that is very hard to resist. So we can also think here with Olkowski, who says the order word is a ready-made idea, and those which are most easily expressible in words. So this is a this has been a useful definition for me to work with. The order word as a ready-made and ready-made and easily expressible idea, as stock phrase and ideas that circulate through repetition to prescribe a standardized grammar of what can be thought and done within the world. So talking heads, I think, relay order words, prefabricated problems and prefabricated solutions. They're kind of habituated response machines. So in one way, then, talking on this relation between the talking heads and the order word is most obvious in places like cable news, where competing heads repeat and shout their talking points, which are basically order words, in hopes that they stick through our heads. However, this relation goes deeper, I think. talking heads of all kinds enter into codependent relationships with order words, because ready-made ideas in the form of cliches, stock phrases, talking points, slogans, or other sound bites are readily intelligible and resonate most widely. But this cuts both ways, since the talking head becomes ensnared by the ordering word. And what can be said or thought, what can be problematized, is limited by the stock of easily expressible ideas. And as a result, we have this quote already from 1945 that describes at least many of my own experiences of engaging with both talking heads and trolls. And it seems telling to me that we can't tell if this quote is describing a talking head or a troll, which itself is, I think, symptomatic of cheap talk, which is always cut from or lacks proper access to the problematic. So in its structural relation to the easily said, the talking head detaches from a self relation of truth and starts to sound more troll-like, right? And troll, again, is as the Frankfurt has argued, a troll is different from, sorry, a troll is a bullshitter, and a bullshitter is different from a liar. Because the bullshitter is thoroughly unconnected with a concern with truth. Okay, so I typically refrain from talking about Trump because Trump, I think, is merely a symptom of cheap talk. However, I think he is instructive at this point because he epitomizes so well the overlap between talking head and troll. So Trump is actually quite a sloppy talking head that threatens to expose this mundane function of passing along order words. And when pressed to defend his words, he refuses to be subject to his own enunciation, and insists through repetition on that he is just saying what, quote, many are saying. And this points to a problem or a crisis, as Foucault would say, of Laprasia. So Laprasia describes frank, honest, open, or courageous speech, and was originally the right and duty of the aristocratic class. So ancient Greece had its own crisis of Laprasia when democracy gave, quote, everyone access to the stage under an axiom of formal equality. Who now was speaking the truth? Who was the bearer of Prisia. And I think that I think that neoliberalism has produced its own crisis of Prisia with its own flood of information. And this is a problem, and this I think is a problem, not just of the difficulty of recognizing truth, but also concerns the strategic erosion of self-relations needed to bear the truth. This crisis, I think, is apparent when both talking heads and trolls alike claim their speech to be Prisia of some kind, and this crisis is apparent, I think, with all of our cheap talk. This is what Foucault would call negative Prisia or ignorant outspokenness. So the difference, at least for Foucault, is that is that the person who speaks Prisia, the person who speaks Prisia, excuse me, makes a double pact with themselves, a pact both to the utterance and also to its consequence, right? And this is precisely what both the talking head and troll will refuse. I mean, after all, talking points change. So we can compare the Parisiatis with the talking head or the trolls who says, whoa, I didn't write that. I'm just saying what I heard. Can't you tell I was joking? Okay, so sorry, I'm so time it is. So let's recap. The problem of cheap talk for social change, I think, can be formulated like this. So the first problem is that we must become a talking head to be heard and to be recognized as a social and political agent. But at the time, but at that point, one can only aspire to being a soundbite. And in addition, this already exclusionary process limits the kinds of truths that can be told as a disabled subject. The second problem is that of artificial equality, and the fact that neoliberalism tends to conflate voices as perspectives under these artificial banners. So even if we do become serviceable talking heads with enough therapy, speaking out, itself is just adding to the adding to the problem in a certain way without transforming the underlying conditions. And the third problem, if it is a problem, is that there are some truths that cannot be spoken as a talking head, I think. There are some truths that can't be easily said, and there are some truths that can't even be said. So how do we hold space for the not easily sayable? Or how do we learn to speak the not easily sayable? And we can put this problem in a different way. Given this problem, what is a shitty talker to do? And what is a shitty talker to do in this specific ecology of communication, and faced with the options of either being a failed talking head or being a really bad troll? And again, my stutter can be interpreted as trolling, as intentional mocking and interrupting, right? So what is a shitty talker to do? One suggestion is to add ramps to the political stage to make it more accessible, for disfluent voices. In other words, to widen the norms of rational deliberation. However, this is an important strategy. However, I'm interested in the other strategy, to widen the range of political action itself, and to call the stage itself into question. So perhaps a better question is, how might disfluent voices speak, or better, embody or live critique in the age of infotherapeutic dominance, of talking heads, trolls, and information overload? I know that I'm at the end of my time here, so I'm just going to give just a couple signals of where this goes. So let me end by saying that the cynics offered important resources for the ancient crisis of Prussia that I think remain quite relevant. So the cynic was the anti-talking head who lived their truth, who spoke their truth, not with their head and and with speech primarily, but staged the Prussia and staged this pact of Prussia within their bodies, doing wild things, including, as Diogenes is famous for, shitting in the street. These are forms of enunciation that exit language and draw upon other organs of the body to manifest truth as an embodied practice. And this, I think, and there's, I think, really important resources here for thinking about and retuning ourselves again to the materiality of speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joshua. And my I'm now going to take some questions, but first I want to ask a question myself, if I may. I wonder if you could address the issue of fluency and disfluency, and how it relates to rational deliberation, especially with respect to the discipline of philosophy. I'm thinking of, I've seen a number of job postings over the last several years, which will say something like must be fluent in English or must be fluent in, and and I often think of you when I see those job postings, because I have, I've heard you speak, and I've read some of your writings on disfluency. So could you address that before we address some other questions?
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to. Yeah, so I think that fluency and I think part of the problem is that fluent communication, as I said in the talk, has become an unquestionable good in like all kinds of ways, right? So it's become an unquestionable social good, a psychological good, and ethical good, and like all these things like that. It makes it hard to put yourself like on the other side, right? Like who would be against fluent communication? Like who would be or like who would be like on the side of misunderstanding and breakdown? So I think part of the problem is that fluent communication has like this really hegemonic hold over us, and it's also partly that I think fluent communication has just become so integral to capitalism that like we've stopped even we've stopped even like having resources to question it, right? So so when we discuss like that communication is a prerequisite for like a job application, like as you say, this is becoming a much more common. But what we're actually talking about is like there's this very certain kind of communication that we're after here, right? And so it's not like effective communication, but like this liberal idea of an individual and free communicator, like who can stand on his own feet. So anyways, I'm not really answering your question, but
no, that's very good.
I recognize that, like this is a problem still. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to give you a question from Benjamin Carper. Oh, I'm sorry, Benjamin Carpenter. And Benjamin writes, your discussion of cheap talk is really fascinating. I'm not sure if this is a useful question, but it puts me in mind of Hannah Arendt's account of political speech, when she divides, which she divides from idle talk.
Yeah.
And Benjamin writes that there appear to be a lot of connections between this and your use of Deleuze. If you're familiar with Arendt, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this.
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, it's interesting to me that a lot of the people in that time were kind of thinking about these very same problems, right? So Bonhoeffer was also writing like in that time, and so Heidegger, we could talk about, idle talk too, and these kinds of things too, right? So there's like all these kinds of things going on in the background. I have a complicated relationship to Arendt, and so I'm actually not sure like how to answer that question in like a short period of time. I think that Arendt's theory, so I find Arendt's theory of political speech interesting, especially insofar as she talks about the suffering of speech and the fact that that political speech is always exposed to the world like in a way we don't control, and it's this lack of sovereignty of speech in the political sphere that I find really interesting with Arendt. And yet I also feel like I'm not sure how helpful she is in like rethinking political speech from the perspective of critical disability studies, because like Arendt has, you know, like her own issues about how the polis is carved up too. So
okay, good. Melinda Hall, I would like to know if first of all, she apologizes in case she missed something with respect to this, but she's asking whether you think there's any connection here between any connection to Laclau's empty or floating signifier.
Is it okay if I don't have a comment on that? What's more?
If you want to pass on that, that's fine. We can ask another question.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I want to get back to. I'm Melinda. I'm on that question because that's an interesting one, but I don't have anything to say with that. Sorry.
Okay. Julie maybe would like to know if, well, first of all, she wants me to indicate to you that she thought it was a terrific presentation, and she wants to thank you for it. And Julie really likes the idea of materiality of speech that you've alluded to, and she was hoping that you could say some more about that.
Sure. So part of this project is like this thesis that I have is that neoliberalism has rendered communication as technical rather than a political process. So part of the deal, I think, is that instead of communication being a shared navigation of difference, communication becomes this technocratic process of sending messages between senders and receivers, and there's all kinds of reductions and abstractions that I think happen in that process. But I think once we start thinking about communication as this like process of trying to get a message from a sender to a receiver in a purified, form, I then all of a sudden the materiality of the mediums itself become an obstacle to successful transformation. So I think that like part of the way that that communication has been changed is that has been changed like as it's been interpreted through the logics of cybernetics is that the materiality of communication has to be rendered inert to protect the original intentions of the receiver, right? So communication actually becomes a very sterile process here, where bodies can only really detract from the purity of the process of communication. And so part of what this project wants to do is to like start thinking again about the deeply relational practice that communication is. So.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to extend this session by 5 minutes and go to the top of the hour because we have a number of questions, and I indicated to all of the presenters a couple of weeks ago, I wasn't going to cut anyone off, and that we would, our main concern was starting sessions on time, and if we go a bit over past 5 to the hour, that's fine. So next question is from Maria Fowler. And Maria writes, as a fellow stutterer, I often find myself being shut out of meaningful conversations or having my thoughts and opinions assumed for me when others get frustrated. What can we, as you describe as disfluent talkers, do to make ourselves present in these conversations?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's a question that I've been working through for a long time too. I mean, it's hard, right? Because like largely what we're up against is like a lot of forms of structural ableism, like these norms and codes that are embedded into our social fabric of like that play out the choreographies of like who gets to speak and who doesn't get, right? So partly for myself, the process has just been like a reclaiming of space that I recognize isn't that as a disfluent person I don't have a right to, right? And so there's like a way of like stuttering like over top of people that has been empowering for me over time as like experimenting with ways to like reclaim space. But I also of course recognize that like that these things always can only happen in like relations of power, right? And so it's not just as easy as saying just like stutter over top of your boss when he's trying to do this. So so for me at least, this question, one of the questions of sheep talk is like the question of what kinds of ecologies of communication are there, and what kinds of lives are possible to flourish within these ecologies. And so I think there's real political work to do as like groups of stutterers to like form communities that are going to give us power, right? And so I'm not talking, like I don't actually think that like that a lot of this change can be top down, like expecting that regulations are going to change these things. I think having like support from within disfluent, like support by disfluent people, and slowly building territory, right? And like I think that's why like this final turn to the cynics is important, because they teach us how to build existential territory where we can live in and communicate in different ways. So I don't like have an easy answer for you, because I know it's a really hard and fraught question, but those are some things that I've thought about.
Okay, the next question comes from Friedrich Gabel, who says, "Dear Joshua, as a researcher who stutters myself, I very much enjoyed and felt encouraged by your hearing and seeing you at this conference, especially your well-known cynical comment on, 'I practiced the talk, let's see how far I get.'" And Friedrich really likes your idea of the scrutiny between the way we speak, that is construed as efficiency in terms of fluency, versus the information we give, construed as efficiency in terms of the value of content. So building on this, Friedrich wants to know how you would describe the normative dimension of this. How does the ability to express and talk affect the sake of the argument, not only in terms of stuttering, but also with link to education and abilities to express yourself?
So can you ask the question again? I got almost all of it. I wanted to make sure I understood it.
Okay, I think it got taken away from me.
Oh, no.
I think it's in the answered section.
Whose was it?
It's at the very bottom of the answered section, Shelley.
Okay, I'm getting there.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so the idea of the scrutiny between the ways we speak, right, and versus the information we give. And building on this, how would you describe the normative dimension of this? How does the ability to express and talk affect the sake of the argument? I'm not quite sure what the sake of the argument. I think there might be a mistake. Yeah. Not only in terms of stuttering, but also with the link to education and the abilities to express yourself. You get that this time, yeah. Joshua?
Yeah. That's a good question. Can I answer it by cheating and answering a slightly different question?
Sure, whatever you like.
So for me, there's been a real not at the center of this project, and that I think is that it concerns the question of access and who gets to access the temporal present, right? Like who gets like to actually join and be part of like of something that's happening and like join the conversation. And the problem that I've been working up against in this project is that it seems like to use social media as an example, the problem of talking has increased as communication communication technologies have lowered their barrier to access, right? As it's easier for people to come online, and now like everyone is online and having an opinion and sharing their opinion, right? And of course, like there's something both deeply democratic about that that's important and has to be upheld. And there's also something deeply important from the perspective of disability justice that the providing access to these kinds of technologies and forms of communication is an extremely important thing. And yet at the same time, it's also the thing I think that's like increasing the cheap talk, right? So there's a problem there of how we consider access and like who's actually being included. So for me at least, Melanie, your goals, distinction between transformative and consumptive access has been a really important key here. So the idea is that like are we invited to does the form of accessibility invite us to be consumers and just users, or does the access actually give us a means to transform the underlying conditions? And part of the sorry, I'm scared. I'm probably opening up like cans of worms as we're trying to close this panel. So I think maybe like I'll like stop there because I can see myself just going on for a while.
Okay, well, maybe we will stop there. There were a couple more questions, but maybe we'll stop there and we will resume. We'll take a break until 16:30 or what will be 11:30 Eastern time and 9:30 your time, Joshua, and return for the last two talks of the afternoon. Okay, have a nice break, everyone.
Thank you.
Well, thanks so much, Shelley and Joshua. And can I suggest that the next panelists, who are Joseph and Laura, if they're around, come to join us in the gallery, but we'll close off our microphones and videos for a little bit, and we'll reconvene up here maybe at 20 minutes past the hour, and then we'll take it from there. So we'll close everything off for about 15 minutes, and we'll come back at 20 past the hour with the next panel. So thanks so much.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Philosophy, Disability, and Social Change, Session 4. My name's Laura Couples, and I'm an instructor at Gonzaga University. My research falls at the intersection of science and values, health policy, and the epistemology of disability. And I'm pleased to be chairing today's session. Our speaker today is Joseph Stramundo, and he'll be presenting his paper, Vulnerability to COVID-19 and the Moral Perniciousness of Congregate Care. This session is closed captioned if you click on the icon at the bottom of your screen, and questions for our speaker can be posted to the Q&A below. They'll be addressed at the end of the session. Joseph Stramundo is an assistant professor of philosophy and associate director of the Institute for Ethics and Public Affairs at San Diego State University. His interests focus primarily on the intersection of disability, or rather philosophy of disability, and bioethics. More specifically, he has written more than 20 scholarly articles and book chapters on topics ranging from informed consent procedures to reproductive ethics to assistive neurotechnology. His current research is devoted to developing 2 book manuscripts. The first is under contract with Routledge and will address the ways in which the field of bioethics fails to address the moral salience of the social categories of gender, race, disability, and sexuality. The second will offer a systematic, limited defense of the permissibility of using reproductive technology to choose to have a disabled child. If you're ready, Joe, I'll cede the floor to you.
Great, thank you for the introduction, Laura. I just want to start by saying thank you to Laura, but also to our conference organizers, Jonathan Wolf and Shelley Tremaine, for putting together a absolutely incredible 3 days. and I'm very honored to have been asked to be part of this, and hopefully I won't let you all down. Okay, so my talk, in some ways, I hope is complementary to what we heard from Shelley Tremaine yesterday. It is sort of a slightly different take on an analysis of institutional long-term care and COVID-19, and sort of how the various risks of contracting COVID-19 have been amplified by institutional long-term care and the systemic ableism that's embedded in those structures. So let me advance my slides here. My main claim is going to be that mainstream bioethics hasn't done a very good job with understanding what social obligations we have to recipients of institutional long-term care during the COVID-19 pandemic, because it hasn't done an adequate job of analyzing what our responsibilities are to these folks in general. And so to understand the duties that we have to folks within the system of institutional long-term care, I argue that we must reconceptualize the meaning of both vulnerability and institutionalization. And so this is ultimately a kind of concept analysis. I argue that both of these concepts would be better equipped to think through what we owe folks in institutional long-term care if we reframed them as a matter of power. And so in the case of vulnerability, we want to define it in terms of power as well as physiology. And in terms of institutionalization as a concept, we want to define that in terms of power rather than location or segregation or some of these other definitions of what it means to be institutionalized. And so hopefully this will become more clear as things unfold. So what we've seen so far during the pandemic is attempts to protect people from COVID-19 in institutional settings with interventions like more staffing, better staff training and infection control practices, better enforcement of infection control protocols, PPE, personal protection equipment, and rapid testing. And so that has been sort of what's been going on since March. And as Dr. Tremaine really laid out nicely yesterday for us all, it hasn't worked, right? The numbers, the data show us that there is still a lot of COVID-19 running rampant in the institutional long-term care system. And a lot of people are getting sick and a lot of people are dying. And so this isn't working sort of as a practical intervention, and it's certainly not working as a moral intervention. We're not doing what we ought to by helping folks in the institutional long-term care system when it comes to COVID. And so I think that the reason why bioethics hasn't really done a very good job of taking this up and dealing with it, in addition to some of the metaphysical claims that Shelley was defending yesterday, I think that we need to look at the concepts of vulnerability and of institutionalization, okay? And so standard duties to protect folks in institutional care too narrowly define vulnerability, okay? So in other words, vulnerability has been framed as a physiological or biological phenomenon. And in reality, it is at least also a power and political issue, okay? And so, yes, perhaps the virus does affect different people with different bodies differently, but focusing only on this explanation of what makes someone vulnerable to poor health outcomes obscures the ways in which power also plays a role. And so here I am just sort of rehashing a little bit of what Shelley talked about yesterday. And I'm going to quote one of her blogs at length here to drive this point home. And then we'll talk about the definitions of institutionalization. So deaths, this is Shelley, deaths have been cast as tragic consequences of the unique circumstances that surround the virus itself, attributed to its specific features and etiology, the speed and efficiency with which it circulates, and lack of epistemic authority about it, rather than contributed to and regarded as a consequence of the very nature and functioning of the nursing homes in which deaths have occurred. Seniors and elders in nursing homes and elsewhere aren't inherently vulnerable, nor are disabled people in institutions inherently vulnerable. Both of these groups, among others, are rendered vulnerable. That is, they are made vulnerable. And so what I'm interested in is unpacking exactly how people that are living in institutional settings are made vulnerable, okay? So when we talk about vulnerability, in this sense, we're talking about a power disparity, okay? And so this isn't a new concept, right? In that this is true for health disparities in general, that track race, income, gender, and so on. There's lots of evidence of the ways in which power makes people more vulnerable to poor health outcomes, right? But what we need to do is apply the same thinking to disability and long-term care systems, okay? And so we need an analysis of how power disparities embedded in the long-term care system have made people vulnerable specifically to COVID-19. And so that's sort of what I'm going to be talking about for the remainder of our time. Sorry, excuse me. So typically institutions are defined both in public policy, but also is sort of in the public imagination in terms of three factors: either their physical size, their numerical size, or whether or not they are segregated rather than integrated, okay? And so physical size just means the literal size of the building, the physical size of the dwelling in which people are housed. And so in an attempt to deinstitutionalize, some institutions have used cottages rather than dormitories. And so you have sort of these smaller buildings that you move people into all on an institutional campus and say, oh, you know, institutionalization is over now. In contrast, we also have numerical size that's sometimes used to define what an institution is. And so here, it's the number of residents living together in a single dwelling or on a single campus. And so here we see sort of the move toward group homes with smaller numbers of people living together as an alternative, supposedly, to an institution. And then finally, the other access that we can try to understand institutions based on, traditionally anyway, is this idea of segregation. In other words, whether or not disabled and non-disabled people live together in an institution, in an integrated neighborhood or apartment building, or if folks are segregated into groups according to the presence of disability or not. Okay, so that's how institutions are typically defined, and I'm arguing that this concept of an institution is inadequate for understanding the moral character of an institution and what we owe people that are living in institutions. Instead, I argue that institutions ought to be understood in terms of power disparities, okay? So according to this view, an institution is any place a disabled person lives in which they do not have control over the care or support they receive, okay? So it's purely defined in terms of power rather than location or number or segregation. And so what follows from this definition is that there can in fact be what's sometimes referred to as an institution of one. And this is a situation in which someone lives in a single person dwelling in a integrated neighborhood or apartment, but lacks any kind of meaningful control of their care, okay? And so what I mean when I say meaningful control of their care is a lack of power to determine things like what care they receive, where care is received, when care is received, and I think most crucially, who provides that care, okay? And so to unpack this a little bit more, what care to receive includes, decisions about whether or not you need help with certain things. In particular, maybe certain, behaviors that we sometimes hear about in institutional settings where people are trying to discourage certain behaviors in a disabled person, right? That's sometimes framed as a kind of care. Where care is received. In other words, where do you live? Do you have control over that? When it is received, this is a big one, right? Do you have control over when you bathe or when you take your meals? And finally, who provides that care? Now, who I want to talk about in a little bit more depth, because I think it's actually the most important of these factors. And that's for two reasons. One reason is that many of the activities of daily living that someone gets help with when they are using the long-term care system require a certain level of intimacy. And so things like bathrooming, bathing, and so on. And so not having control over who is doing these things with you and for you, I think is a really morally problematic thing, okay? One ought to be able to have control over who is taking such a role in one's life. The second reason why who is incredibly crucial when talking about the control that someone has over their care is because power over what, where, and when in many times flows from power over who. And what I mean by this is that if the disabled person receiving care has the power to hire or fire a caregiver, then they have implicit control over these other features of care as well, right? Nobody's going to tell you when you have to go to bed or when you have to take your meal if you have the power to fire them from helping you, right? And so the who question, I think, is sort of the linchpin here. And so one of my good friends, Cal Montgomery, helped me think through a lot of these issues. He does some incredible work with his blog, and so you ought to Google him and read more about some of this. And he pointed me toward the question of the burrito test. Okay, and so the burrito test just asks, can someone wake up in the middle of the night at midnight and microwave their own burrito just because they feel like it and they're hungry, right? If someone is living in a setting in which they can't do that, then it's very, very likely that we ought to consider that setting as an institution because it shows that they don't have meaningful control of their care, okay? So we can also think through community-based care via these kinds of power relationships, okay? Community-directed care, or sometimes it's referred to as consumer-directed care, sorry, is care in which a disabled person has the power to determine the what, where, when, and who questions, okay? And so what's interesting about this is that, and what I'm sort of arguing for, is that this understanding of what constitutes an institution versus a setting in the community, as far as the long-term care system goes, really is quite separate from questions of segregation, numerical size, and the size of the building, right? Because we can imagine a situation in which community-based care can exist in a large building that is mostly segregated, and that includes numerous disabled people all living in this same place, and still be community-based care, so long as the appropriate power relationships exist, according to this definition, okay? And so an example of something that would meet this set of criteria and still be community-based care, we can imagine a college dormitory where multiple disabled students have self-segregated, right? They've chosen where to live and who to live with, and they share personal care attendants as they direct their own care, okay? And this isn't a purely hypothetical example of what I would call community-based care, even though it's happening in a large building with a largely segregated group of disabled people that are, multiple. Okay, and the reason why I know that this isn't a purely hypothetical example is because this is how I experienced grad school, where I lived in a accessible dormitory where lots of us chair users got together and set up a little community of disabled folks and sort of had a really wonderful situation of interdependence, where we were helping each other and also sharing resources in terms of personal attendance, okay? And this was certainly not an institution because of the kind of power relations that existed. Okay, so there are several challenges that might be leveled toward my definitions of institutionalization and community-based long-term care, okay? The first challenge might be what we call the challenge of capacity. And so the challenge of capacity might say something along the lines of, well, not all disabled people have the capacity to exert power over the who, what, where, and when of their care. And so for those disabled people, this view of what constitutes an institution versus a community-based system would place them in an institutional setting almost by definition, right? And so I think that there are some responses to this that go a long way toward relieving this worry. First, I think that when people level this worry, they underestimate the capacity that a lot of people have for agency. I think that agency is much broader, even for people with the most serious disabilities, serious in scare quotes, right, than is even often assumed. I think that, and this is something that I actually learned not as a scholar, but as an activist when I was working for the protection and advocacy system within the United States and going into the state institutions in Texas and monitoring them for neglect and abuse. I saw that a lot can be learned about the preferences that people have about where they live, what care they get, when they receive care, and especially the who questions of care, even for someone who is nonverbal, okay? And so our approach to deinstitutionalization of care should not be about deciding in proxy for someone about the nature of that care, but rather ensuring that the agency that someone has and that they can express is recognized and respected. And so I think this goes a long way toward dissolving this challenge of capacity. You can tell whether or not someone wants to be cared for by another particular individual, right? And whether or not they like the person doing the caregiving, or whether they'd prefer to have someone else, right? And again, the who question, I think, is the linchpin here. Another factor to consider when responding to the challenge of capacity is the idea of supported decision-making. Now, supported decision-making is a term that's used to describe a situation in which someone, usually with an intellectual or developmental disability, is supported in understanding the complexity of a decision that needs to be made, given sort of help in understanding the different nuanced factors that go into the decision. But ultimately, they are the ones with the control who make the decision, and the folks that are supporting them defer to their decision ultimately, okay? And so I think that this is something that we all do, right? This isn't peculiar to people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, right? Recently, my van broke down, and I brought it to the specialty shop that deals with wheelchair accessible vans, and they wanted a huge sum of money to fix it. And fortunately, I had a close friend who used to work for this same specialty shop fixing these vans, and I showed him the estimate that they were wanting to charge me, and he said, "No," right? He said, "This is not a good choice. They are trying to take advantage of you here." And so he helped me figure out a alternative way to get the van fixed at a much cheaper cost, okay? And this is, I think, an example of supported decision-making, right? We all have folks that we rely on to make certain kinds of decisions where we don't have expertise, okay? I'm a philosopher. I know nothing about the mechanics of a minivan and a ramp and hand controls and all of this, right? And so this can be an important mode of ensuring that a disabled person can maximize their capacity to make these complex decisions and control their own lives. And so what I'm arguing here is that we just need to reframe how we think about capacity, perhaps more along the lines of relational autonomy, in order to understand how it is that everyone can access what we would think of as community-based long-term care, according to my definition that I'm advancing today. The other serious challenge, and I think this is one that is serious, is what we might call the challenge of shifting oppression, okay? And so this is a challenge that points out that perhaps my definitions of institutionalization and community-based care are too ideal, okay? And so when doing non-ideal theory, we might say that in a non-ideal world, deinstitutionalizing care will mean not ending oppression or challenging oppression, but shifting it. Because when someone is pulled out of an institution or a nursing home or a group home and put into a more community-based setting, a lot of times the burden of care, as it's sometimes framed, will just shift onto the women in their lives, right? Multiply marginalized, unpaid, or underpaid women. Okay, and this is a problem. This happens, right? This is sort of a cost-saving measure we see when people aren't given enough support to live in a community-based, non-institutional setting, because it's just sort of presumed that the mothers and the sisters and the nieces and so on will take up the slack and fill in the gaps, okay? Now, the problem with using this as an argument against ending institutionalization is that it is not as intersectional as we need to be, okay? If you look at the data that shows who it is that's receiving long-term care, especially in institutions, you see that it is largely women, especially women of color, okay? And so the fact of the matter is that women, and women of color especially, are more likely to both provide the care and receive the care. And so if we just sort of let the status quo of institutional care sort of continue, then it's also a form of intersectional oppression that disproportionately harms people according to their gender and race, as well as disability, because it's women and women of color that fill some of these most harmful institutions. Okay, and so ultimately, I would argue in response to this challenge, which I think is legitimate, we have to be careful about how we end institutionalization. I think that we ought to emphasize, though, the politics of solidarity, because exacerbating one oppression shouldn't be seen as justifying the toleration of another oppression. And so what we need to do is have more solidarity between those that are receiving care and those that are providing care, rather than sort of pitting them against each other within how we argue about these things. So if you are convinced by my definitions of institutionalization and community-based care, then hopefully we can turn back very quickly before I wrap things up to the issue of COVID-19, because that's where we sort of started off, right? Remember, my argument was that in order to understand what our moral obligations are to people living in institutions during the pandemic, we have to better understand, the concepts of vulnerability and institutionalization themselves. Okay, and so how does my argument here apply to this issue of the pandemic? Well, one thing that we know is that one of the most effective measures for preventing infection is what we are referring to now as social distancing. Okay, now social distancing doesn't mean that a person must isolate themselves physically from everyone, right? You don't just sort of lock yourself in the closet. What it means is that you are more careful in choosing who you're going to be in physical proximity with, right? You make choices about, do I go to the grocery store? Do I get my groceries delivered, right? Do I, meet up with a friend in the park with masks, or do I stay home, right? But it doesn't mean that you just never are in proximity with anyone, right? Lots of us have roommates or live with family members and so on and so forth. It just means, as you social distance, that you are really careful in weighing the risks of being in physical proximity with particular others, okay? And so we can now see how this applies to, hopefully, we can see how this applies to my analysis of institutional versus community-based long-term care. Because institutional care, by definition, takes away a person's control over who they're in physical proximity with, right? The practice of social distancing becomes impossible, not because a person needs care of an intimate kind, but because the power disparities involved in institutional care keep them from determining who provides that care, okay? You don't have control over if you are getting care from someone who is going to be careful about the spread of the disease, or whether or not that person is providing care for lots and lots of other people as well, and so on and so forth. Okay, so this practice of deciding who you are in physical proximity with, and thus having the ability to social distance, just goes out the window when it comes to institutional care, by my definition of what institutional care is. And so finally, we arrive at sort of the conclusion that I've been sort of building toward, and that is that people receiving institutional care are made vulnerable to the virus because of the power structures that are embedded into the nature of institutional care, as I'm sort of reconceptualizing it, okay? And so the moral analysis of institutional care in general that I've worked through today, I think has revealed something important about what our moral obligations are during the pandemic to people that need long-term care. Because the same institutional care, the same features of the institutional care that make it so objectionable generally, are the same features that are posing serious health risks to people during the pandemic. And so it turns out that our duty to disabled people during the pandemic is really our duty to them anytime, and that is to provide them with community-based supports and services by the definition that I was trying to advance. And that's my talk. Thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you, Joe. So if you all will post your questions for Joe Stramundo in the Q&A, Katie Tyner will relay those to me, and I'll pass them on to our speaker. So our first question is from Rua Williams, and she's asking, can you talk a bit about how institutions, using your definition, have also constructed heightened social isolation, for instance, no family visitation, as a part of COVID protection protocols, but that this heightens their vulnerability to the power of the institutions in the sense that the institution has walled off all access to witnesses, and that this rendering of people vulnerable to COVID has also heightened their vulnerability to abuse and neglect.
Absolutely, that's such a good point, Ro. Thank you. I think what's being referred to here is this idea that people that have others that are involved in their life, even if they are in a institutional setting, that are sort of coming in from the outside, tend to get cared for much better than if they don't have other family members and so on that are involved, okay? In other words, when the folks that are institutionalized are being engaged with by the outside world, the institution pays attention and does a better job in terms of neglect and abuse. Now, the kinds of protocols that have been sort of the response to COVID-19 that I sort of started off with, right? Because of sort of the very limited conceptualization of what constitutes vulnerability and what constitutes institutionalization, have made it so people can't have others in their life, family members and so on, come and visit and engage with them and watch to make sure that they aren't being neglected or abused. And so if we understand institutionalization as a power structure, as something in which someone can control their care or not, then we see ways in which that control has been exerted during the pandemic to isolate them further, right? You don't have control over how the care is provided. And one of those ways in which you lack control if you're in an institutional setting is you don't have control over the infection control protocols that will isolate you from family and friends. And so I think that's sort of what the question is getting at here. I don't have the data in front of me to know what the effect has been as far as increases in neglect and abuse. But I do know that conceptually, this is certainly going to amplify the risk of this kind of neglect and abuse. And I also know that the nursing home lobby and other kinds of institutional providers have been very active politically in trying to protect themselves from the repercussions of this kind of neglect and abuse, right? In that there have been efforts in Congress to try to pass laws that protect institutions from lawsuits where they, because of COVID-19 and so on, are neglecting or abusing a patient, so to speak. And so I think that in and of itself shows us that there is sort of this increased risk for neglect and abuse.
Okay, next question is from Luke Beasley, who thanks you for an excellent talk. And he was wondering if you'd be able to talk about how we control support services at scale. If we don't want to deinstitutionalize at the level of town, city, county, our options historically have been to use individual PA hiring, where there are lots of market pressures, which makes it difficult for people who rely on funds from the state to maintain during financial crises, or to try and gain collective control as disabled people over public support services, in which case there may be less direct individual control, but greater control by disabled people as a group. Which of these would you argue is preferable, or do you see a third way?
Yeah, I mean, I think that you know, we're getting into the weeds a little bit with this question of the long-term care policies, and you know, I'm primarily a philosopher, and so I'm not sure that I'm the best qualified to answer this question. But I do think that the question that needs to be asked when we're thinking about the specifics of the policy is, at the end of the day, does the individual disabled person have control over their life in the way that their care is being administered? And so do they have control over when they go to bed, when they bathe, what they have for dinner, right? Does their structure of care pass the burrito test or not? And so I think it's as simple as that. It's as simple as, you know, making the determination of, you know, what policy is going to advance a system that allows a care structure to pass the burrito test.
Okay, thank you, Joe. So our next question is from Cynthia Stark. And Cynthia asks, I think Shelley's claim that you quoted, that vulnerability to the bad effects of COVID-19 is exclusively socially determined, is too strong. Some of us are at greater risk than others of dying, having serious symptoms, or becoming a long hauler. The fact that some people are more at risk due to, for example, their age or blood pressure is completely compatible with everything you've said about the relationship between institutional power and vulnerability, including its extent, invisibility, intersectionality, etc. So why rely on the strong claim when you don't need it?
Yeah. So if you'll notice, I did quote Shelley's claim as an introduction to the idea that vulnerability is politically constructed. But in my slides, I try to soften that claim a little bit by pointing out just what you said, right? That that these two ideas are compatible. That what we need is a definition of vulnerability that includes politics in addition to physiology, rather than only focusing on physiology. And so I'm not making the same claim that Shelley is here, that all vulnerability is socially constructed. And I'm not doing that not necessarily because I disagree with it, but because I think it's a harder claim to defend than sort of allowing for the idea that some vulnerability is in fact biological and physiological, right? And so I think this weaker claim is sufficient for defending my view of what institutional care is and what vulnerability is, as far as it being political. And so I'm not sort of trying to defend that stronger version. I'll leave that up to Shelley, who I think is more than capable of defending her view.
Okay, our next question is from Cecilia Munn, who also thanks you for your presentation. And she says, Joseph, I generally agree with your position on the ethics of care for disabled people and the difference between institutional care and non-institutional care. I have two questions, however. First, you note that having agency over one's care is a crucial feature of ethical non-institutional care. And although I agree, I'm still wondering if this is an over-idealization of ethical non-institutional care, especially given concerns about legal liability. It seems that concerns over legal liability drive a lot of the decisions to deny agency and institutional care. And I'm wondering how you attend to these considerations. And do you want me to give you the second half of the question or wait till you've finished answering the first?
I guess hopefully I can keep them in my head. And so go ahead and give me the second half of the question.
The second question is, I'm also wondering if you draw a problematic distinction between institutional and non-institutional care, in some ways characterizing institutional care as always being unethical when compared to non-institutional care. But one can criticize institutional care and demand change without necessarily stigmatizing institutional care, as it seems you might be doing.
Yeah, okay. So I think with regard to the first question, I do think that, you know, this is going to be a policy issue of trying to sort out liability concerns. In that when you give someone more control and more agency over their care, the argument will be that you know, you have to give them what's sometimes called the dignity of risk, right? And allowing disabled people to take risks that the rest of us, you know, would also take if you don't have, in particular, some kind of intellectual or developmental disability in particular. Now, I think that this does pose an issue when it comes to liability, because if you give someone the dignity of risk, does that mean that you are then absolved of responsibility if things go wrong, right? And so, you know, I think that this is where something along the lines of supported decision making can come into play, where, you know, giving someone control over their care doesn't mean just you know, throwing them to the wolves, but rather supporting them in making the best decisions that they can make for their own care, in you know, in very complex situations. In other words, making sure that there are people that they trust that are helping them understand all of the nuances of various decisions that might be involved in their care. But at the end of the day, ensuring that whatever decisions are made are their decisions, and that you know, they are in a situation where they can pass the burrito test, so to speak. So I think when it comes to something like liability, that there is a balance that can be struck, where, you know, people are able to still control their care without saying that you know, the caregivers are absolved from any kind of repercussions if things go wrong. Now, in terms of the second question of stigmatizing institutional care, now that's a tough one. I am I'm inclined to say that I'm okay with stigmatizing institutional care. I'm inclined honestly to say that that stigma is is a bad thing in most cases, but when it comes to some kinds of very morally pernicious, as the title of my talk claims, when it comes to some very morally pernicious systems, that stigmatization might be a perfectly appropriate thing to do, and that I might be all for ending institutionalization as I'm sort of describing it, as a form of control over people's lives. And that some things ought to be regarded as morally problematic always. So yeah, I can bite that bullet, I think.
Okay. Joe, we've only got 2 minutes left, but I'll read one last question because it's a short one. This is from Melinda Hall, and she asks, does your argument apply to incarceration? And if so, how?
Good. Wow. Yeah, no, good. So does my argument apply to incarceration as far as whether or not it ought to be understood as a form of institutionalization? I think it does. I think that it does apply to incarceration, in terms of incarceration absolutely entails the kinds of lack of control that I'm talking about when thinking about what defines an institution. Now, I think the difference is arguments about whether or not incarceration gives different justifications for that control being exerted, right? Whether or not it's justified in terms of punishment and incarceration, but not justified in terms of disability, I think is kind of an open question, according to my argument. I'm not willing to say that incarceration is a good thing, and that's it's completely different, and that it's always justified, whereas congregate care of disabled people is never justified or something, right? But I will say that adds a wrinkle of complexity to the issue that I think is sort of beyond the scope of what I'm arguing here, and that it deserves more exploration, right? Are both forms of institutionalization? Yes. Can both be morally problematic? Yeah. Can one be justified and not the other? I don't know. Maybe not.
Okay, I think we'll wrap up there because we're out of time. Thank you so much, Joe, for a great talk, and to everyone for fantastic questions.
Okay, so thanks so much, Laura, for sharing, and Joe for a really fantastic talk, which I was partially live tweeting as you were doing. I was so impressed with what you were doing. So one of your slides is now all over Twitter. I hope that's okay.
Very cool. Thank you, Joe. Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity, Joe and Shelley.
Okay, great. Well, thank you both, and thank you to everyone for the excellent questions. We're going to take a short break now. We'll come back on 30 minutes past the hour with Laurie's talk. So last thanks both to Joseph and Laura, I think, on behalf of all the audience here.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll invite Laurie and Lisa to turn on cameras and mics so we can talk about the next session. So thanks so much. Hi, Laurie.
Hello.
Okay, and Lisa, I see you're there somewhere.
It is saying that you will not let me start the video. It says oh, there we go. Okay, I'm here.
Okay, I don't know why that happens. Anyway, no harm done. You're here now. Great. Okay, so Lisa, I don't know if you've been able to see any of the conference so far, to see how we arrange things.
I haven't. I just was tuning into the last session a little bit. One thing I just checked with Shelley is that each presenter has 30 minutes or so.
That's the idea. So, Shelley, you want to say?
I just came on because I wanted to say hello. Lisa just asked me, but one thing I just said to her was that no one was going to be cut off. So as long as we start the next session on time, and since this is the last session of the day, I don't think it's going to be a problem if we go over a few minutes or whatever. If Lori goes over a few minutes talking.
Thing is, I'm never a person that ever wants to interrupt or do the time thing, but that's why I like to ask, like, if it means a lot to the people that I do that, but like, I'm never that person, like ever. Like, I'm always going to privilege the talk over Q&A, but like, if that's a problem, that's why I was asking, right? So
we haven't had a problem. We haven't had a problem so far.
Don't worry, I'm not going to go over. I cut it. I might be incoherent because I cut so much, but I'm not going to go over it, so we don't have to worry about it. I think.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to go off my visuals and audio now. So good luck. Goodbye. I'll see you later if you join the breakout or the debriefing afterwards, which some of us are going to be at. Then that'd be good. Thanks very much.
Okay. Great. All right. Thanks, Shelley. So just to talk about the technical side of it. So Lisa, the main thing you'll be doing, obviously, the introduction, and then sorting out the Q&A as they come in. And what will happen is we have Katie, whose picture you can see there, who will be going through. We'll ask the audience to put their questions into the Q&A, and Katie will go through the Q&A and pick out the questions that she thinks are best to put to Laurie in order, and she will send them to you in the chat. So Lisa, you'll receive private direct messages from Katie in the chat with the questions, and Katie might send you one now just to show the system is working.
That'd be great. And so Katie will send me both the person's name that I read first and then the question. Okay.
Yeah, that will all come to you, and that's quite straightforward. If anything goes wrong, if the questions don't seem to be coming through, you can look at the Q&A, but that can be a little bit chaotic. So it's best to stay with the chat if you can. And that's it. As Shelley says, we don't have a session after this one. It's the last session, so we don't have to be absolutely on the minute for timekeeping. On the other hand, we don't want to go on far too long. So I leave that to your rough judgment, if that's okay. And if you could also remind the audience that they can use the closed captions CC at the bottom, but I think they will know it by now, and they'll get instructions in the chat about how to use the captions if they haven't done it before.
Okay, I don't see that option. Oh, I see it now. Yes, I see it. Okay, so I will remind them, and I also plan to remind them, as per the email we got, thank you for coming, and remember the conference continues tomorrow.
Oh, thank you. Yes,
I'm on it, man. I got it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're ahead of me. Thank you. I've forgotten about that. Okay, so anything else, Lisa, or we'll just test Laurie's slides otherwise?
Oh yeah, no, I'm good. Thank you so much. That was really helpful.
Great. Okay, so Laurie, I want to just make sure your slides are running.
Can you see them?
Okay. Jamie, is that the right way that they're up?
If you're okay to share your, if you stop your share and just share the presentation, if that works.
You see it?
Yeah. If you
can you move your
slides?
Can you move your slides? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's fine if you're happy to leave that up.
Okay, great. So if you can, so this is your first slide, now?
That was it. I stopped.
Great. Okay, so that's all loaded. Okay, so we're 26 minutes past. We record the session, and so we'll wait until the exact timing of 30 minutes past the hour. So Lisa, if I'm going to go off microphone and video now, and
so I just have one more question.
Sure.
So when Lori shared the screen, like I couldn't like see my other document. So should I not, like, is that, can I get out of that huge share screening, or?
Yeah, you can.
I just press ESC or something?
Yeah,
okay.
That's right. And then that should give you access to your normal desktop with everything else. Oh, the other way of doing it is if you look in the top right-hand corner, there's a double arrow there.
Okay.
Have you got that? So if you click on that, see what happens.
What is that?
That's just to minimize the screen if you don't want to see the whole of the screen.
Okay, I mean, now it's good. I know that's a silly question. I've just like never fully adapted to all of this stuff yet. Like I'm always still a little bit confused, but maybe that's not just me, hopefully.
No, it's very difficult. If you're doing it just with one screen, it can be very difficult. I learned this the hard way, so I have a second screen, and then you can just see everything.
Right. Okay.
But with one screen, particularly on a laptop, it can be quite tricky. But if you exit the full screen, then you should be able to see everything that you need to see.
I mean, now I'm good. It's just when it went to the share screen.
Yeah, it might happen. It might happen again, so you might have to minimize it again.
And minimizing it is like, I don't see.
Tell me how to just share my PowerPoint instead of the full desktop.
So when you go to the share screen button, you should have several options that appear, and you can select a specific program or say browser window. Do you see that if your PowerPoint's open?
Yes. So if I do Microsoft PowerPoint share, then it's
Yes.
so then
Yep.
that's
privacy on your.
Got it.
Great.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So Lisa, I'm in the same boat. I always share my whole screen. I didn't realize all this time that I was doing.
But I just like, yeah, I feel like I never even fully adapted to the internet's revolution, right? So I'm always still just like Marshall McLuhan, like it's all I think every time, just like, oof, this extension of the senses and what's happening. So yeah, I think we'll figure it out. We'll be fine. And I have like a backup on my iPad in case I all of a sudden can't see the desktop intro. I just might need a couple minutes to reboot it, but we're fine. And I'm really excited, by the way, to hear your talk. And it's very nice to virtually see you.
Yeah, it's nice to virtually see you too. All right, we're at 12:30.
So does that mean that I just go ahead and start? Or do I? Oh, great. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming to the last session of the day at this wonderful conference on philosophy, disability, and social change. Today, we are going to be hearing from Dr. Lori Gruen, who is the William Griffin Professor of Philosophy at Wesleyan University in Connecticut, as well as Professor of Feminist, Gender, and Sexuality Studies and Science and Society. Dr. Gruen also coordinates Wesleyan Animal Studies and is working on a number of projects, including an edited volume examining the damaging impact of carceral logics on the variety of non-human and human animals, a project on disabled animals, and a co-authored monograph with Dr. Alice Crary titled Animal Crisis. Dr. Gruen is the author or editor of 11 books, including Ethics and Animals, an Introduction, that will be coming out in a second edition next year. She also lives with 3 dogs, Taz and Zinni and Eli. I don't know if you can hear my own Boston Terrier is grunting a little bit in the background. It seemed a little appropriate. I want to remind everyone that the conference that the conference continues tomorrow. And also that during the Q&A, people can type their questions into the chat button at the bottom. And I also want to remind everybody that if they would like the closed caption option, There's also a button at the bottom of the screen for that. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Dr. Laura Gruen to present her paper on captivity, cross-role logics, and disposability.
Thank you, Lisa. I'm a white looking person wearing purple colored glasses and a black shirt, and I have long gray and black hair, and I'm in a pretty bland looking room with a bird poster in the background. I'm really happy to be at this conference, and I really want to applaud Shelley and Joe for putting it on. I also want to say that I completely agree with Christine, who said yesterday that we need to look outside philosophy to do philosophy well. Henry Sidgwick also urged us to do the same thing, saying that we should not trust philosophers on topics of practical importance unless they have engaged with non-philosophers, and I really could not agree more. It's also really great to follow on Joe's talk and Melinda Hall's question at the end, as I want to further the conceptual analysis that he began and look more into this question of power and control. My talk today will understand power as carceral capture, and the institutions that I'm going to discuss definitely do not pass the burrito test. So I won't be able to cover everything I have to say on captivity, carceral logics, and disposability, each of which I've written quite a bit on, and I'm going to try to keep my comments short. But I do hope to convey the sense of the direction of the work that I'm doing, hoping to prompt some added thoughts, and I'm looking forward to the rich discussion in the Q&A. For a while now, I've been thinking about the particular harms of captivity and finding that most of the resources of traditional theorizing, at least in ethical and political philosophy, don't quite capture all of what's wrong. I'm troubled by the captivity of both humans and non-human animals. And in this talk, I'll be mentioning cases of animal captivity and human captivity. I'm suddenly realizing, is the screen on Lisa or is it on me? I'm just wondering if.
I believe it's on you.
Okay, you see me. Okay, that's great. Okay, sorry about that.
Lisa, you might turn your video off and then there can't be any, and also mute the microphone. I didn't tell you that before, that's fine.
Okay, so I'm basically, just to say, I'm troubled by captivity of both humans and non-human animals. And in this talk, I'll be mentioning cases of animal captivity as well as human captivity. But I want to note at the outset that I'm not making an analogy between the violence towards and disregard for human captives and the violence towards and disregard for animals. There are vast differences. Being a Black prisoner is not the same as being a Black professor. Being a Black professor is not the same as being a white professor. Being a disabled white woman is not the same as being a Black man. And none of these are the same as being a chimpanzee, or being a chimpanzee is not the same as being a chihuahua. Being a chihuahua is not the same as being a giraffe. And you get the point. But too much of the time, these various differences in race, differences in animality, differences in ability, differences in gender and gender expression get occluded when these comparisons are made, or when theorists focus almost exclusively on similarities. And I want to sort of make this caveat that this is not, it's something I'm aware of and I'm not doing. There's a long problematic history of these comparisons between animals and subordinated humans, and the offensive comparisons between animals and cognitively and intellectually disabled humans do a tremendous disservice, to put it mildly, to both disabled people and disabled animals. There's much to say here about the dangers of what gets called the argument for marginal cases, but I'm not going to talk about that today, although I'm happy to have a discussion about it. We need to really challenge the argument for marginal cases as forcefully and often as possible. The language that authorizes the exclusion, institutionalization, and even extermination of humans often compares humans to other animals. And there's a lot to be said about these vexed comparisons. Political theorist Claire Jean Kim has done important work on this in her book, Dangerous Crossings. And today I want to draw attention to what I'm calling an underlying logic that can be usefully analyzed in various distinct cases, often in relation to one another. My thinking for this paper is motivated by a series of intellectual exclusions within otherwise really important work for social change. I'm hoping that you can see that slide. In her exciting new book called Decarcerating Disability, Deinstitutionalization and Prison Abolition, Liat Ben Moshe recounts a conversation she had while she was in graduate school with Angela Davis. She asked Davis if she knew of anyone who was working on the connection between disability and prison abolition, because she hadn't found anyone who was making these connections. And Davis basically encouraged Ben Moshe to do that work. So Decarcerating Disability and her earlier co-edited volume, Disability Incarcerated, bring prison abolition and disability justice into conversation. And these are wonderful connections between ableism and the criminal legal system. And in particular, Liat Ben Moshe brings to our attention the mistake that many make about thinking that our mass incarceration crisis is linked to the deinstitutionalization of asylums. But in fact, she argues this deinstitutionalization is a complex, often fraught, but actual instance of a type of abolition. So it's really exciting. We think of abolition often as something that is aspirational, but what Ben Moshe does in this volume, which is very, very detailed, is to argue that actually we have an instance of abolition that's already happened in the deinstitutionalization process of state-run asylums. So it's tremendously important work, but one of the things that it doesn't do is address non-human animals or the human-animal binary. Fortunately, Sonora Taylor's work in Beasts of Burden brings the movement for the liberation of animals into conversation with disability studies and disability activism in a way that boldly counters the tensions that are inherent in the standard extensionist or liberal humanist formulations in animal ethics. The new edited collection, Disability and Animality, Perspectives in Critical Animal Studies, deepens this crucial conversation. And my co-edited volume with Fiona Probyn-Rapsey called Animalities is a contribution to MAD studies and feminist animal studies. But both of these important volumes and Sonny Taylor's really important monograph don't address prisons and mass incarceration in any depth. So there's this gap that my thinking I've been trying to fill. There was a conference in 2019 in the fall in Banff called Building Abolition that brought scholars and activists working in these three areas together. And I'm really optimistic, even though I'm mostly a pessimist, but I'm really optimistic about the ongoing conversations that bring the insights and commitments of prison abolition, disability justice, and critical animal studies together. And my hope is that today I will be able to make a small contribution to this crucial but still developing conversation. One way to reframe the seeming antagonisms between our simple occlusions of these seemingly distinct areas of inquiry is to focus on what I call carceral logics. I have a particular way of thinking about carceral logics, and so to get an understanding of how I think of it, I think it's helpful to first explore the various conditions of captivity, which, unlike Joe's discussion of institutionalized care, have a slightly different, well, maybe even more than slightly, have a fairly different sort of set of phenomenological and experiential circumstances. So let me first just briefly say something about how I understand captivity. Humans and non-humans who are incarcerated, that is confined by bars, chains, cages, prison, coops, or locked doors for which they don't have a key, are denied very obvious freedoms. They are not free to make any choices at all. Now, none of us are free to do whatever we might want to, since we're restricted by state, economic, and social institutions and ideologies that limit us in a range of ways, by the binary genders we're assigned, by social and psychic worlds structured by ableism, and by setting sometimes uncrossable boundaries based on class, religion, ethnicity, race, and even by our species. But being limited in what we want to do and who we want to be, which we always are, significantly differs from physical confinement. And not all physical confinement counts as captivity. Being physically confined, say, to the vast territory like the earth, or to a much smaller space, for example, a wheelchair, doesn't mean one is clearly or obviously a captive. Humans and other animals are physically limited by what our bodies can't do. We might say each of us is captive in our bodies, that we have different abilities. And in some sense, that is also true, but it's a sense that can deflect the distinct challenges posed by human and non-human incarceration. In captivity, there's a particular type of dependency that occurs. Captives are both practically and existentially dependent on their captors to satisfy all their basic needs. And though dependency itself has had a very important set of analyses within both disability and feminist ethics, the idea here is a very specific kind of dependency that I want to highlight. It's not that it's not only that captives are dependent, which again, we all are in different ways, but in the case of the captives that I'm interested in thinking about, dependency is institutionalized, which renders the captives subjugated subjects. So another way of thinking about how I'm understanding captivity is that interdependence is not possible in these conditions of captivity. Incarcerated individuals do not have the opportunity to decide what to eat, when to sleep, where to go, who to spend time with or not spend time with. I really like this burrito test. They do not pass it. This situation, they are not passing the burrito test. Vocational, educational, and recreational opportunities are extremely limited if they exist at all. Relationships with loved ones are curtailed. In some cases, prisoners are shipped to federal facilities far from their families, often separating parents from their children for years. Almost all choices are restricted and activities are completely controlled. Many prisoners have become so dependent on the carceral system that if they are paroled, they can't survive outside. Not only are they prohibited from exercising their autonomy and agency as captives, but the very capacity to do so can be stripped through incarceration. Incarceration, in other words, is disabling. I'd like to read a bit of work from an incarcerated man who I've been working with in a maximum security prison for 10 years through the prison education program at Wesleyan that I've helped get off the ground. A version of this paper was written in my advanced philosophy class, and another version of it was recently published last year in the Yale Law Journal. And the slide that I'm going to show has part of the quote, but I'm going to read a little bit more. I really strongly encourage you to look at the article by James Davis III. Here's what James says. The prisoner's psyche is traumatized by the separation from his prior existence, even as he must contend with the new existence that has been imposed upon his old. He came to prison with double consciousness, referring here to Du Bois, and is forced by this new world to develop a new consciousness to reconcile his new reality. The imposition of this prisoner identity is effectuated through different means. He is physically separated from the world and everything that entails. He's forced into a new cold world of brick, concrete, and steel, surrounded by the quiet violence of razor wire fencing, and the very existence of which highlights his dangerousness and proclaims that he deserves his captivity. His identity is socially stigmatized, but as a Black man, he's conscious of the stigma of being a prisoner before ever becoming one. Once in prison, the prisoner must contend with the conceptions that they are intended to define him as other than who he is. Separated from equality and recognition, not once but twice, the Black prisoner is held captive by the numerous conflicts and contradictions that play an integral role in his conception of himself. That's the end of the quote. We can understand the profundity of James's notion of double consciousness when we see that Blackness and criminality and disability and animality are categories of capture marked by the ontological violence of carceral logics. Let me try to fill this out very briefly. Carceral spaces serve multiple purposes beyond containment and control. As James notes, they work at undoing and rewiring consciousness. The carceral spaces are not simply punitive, but serve, as Foucault noted, as socializing and disciplining institutions and as sites of surveillance. At the core of the various functions of carceral systems is a logic. In some instances, the logic is that of domination that supports and maintains not just disciplinary control of bodies, but taxonomies of power. In others, it's a logic that upholds ontological exclusion and the violence it authorizes. Sometimes these logics overlap, but they're distinguishable. In the first type of carceral logic, the logic of domination is the underlying justification for oppressive institutions, relationships, and practices of domination and subordination. Domination occurs when a being is in a position where someone has the power to arbitrarily interfere with choices they would otherwise have been able to make. This is an idea that Philip Pettit notes, but it's been made in other places. And this notion of domination is rather expansive because the interference just needs to be possible in the form of a threat. It has wide-reaching ramifications that one can internalize the potential to be the victim of domination when one experiences the threat, and one can imagine one has the power to dominate if their threat is taken seriously, and so act as if it is their privilege. So this sort of carceral logic through a kind of domination naturalizes and normalizes the domination. Addressing this sort of carceral logic is important in many contexts, but there's a deeper concern. Often, domination exists on the same plane as the structure of power. Dominated and dominator are at the same table, as it were, or at least a table close by, and they have advocates at the table. Domination can be addressed from within the system, in other words, but there are some for whom domination is a condition of existence. The prisoner, even before incarcerated, as James put it, and the animal. The very system is structured on their domination, so can't be addressed from within. The carceral logic that they are subjected to, that is, prisoners and animals, goes beyond domination. Here's a logic that serves as a conceptual mechanism that fixes or solidifies and maintains exclusions and occlusions. It permanently marks another as other. This second sort of carceral logic is especially obvious in the cases of prison and other places of institutional captivity. And so I think is the human-animal value dualism that maintains an anti-animal system and uses that anti-animality structure to limit who counts as human. While we may observe equal vulnerability and systems of abuse within the carceral spaces of prisoners and animals, the susceptibility to being incarcerated in the first place can remain invisible. This seems particularly germane when we consider the structural anti-Black racism that is a constituent part of the US prison system. The current prison system and its population highlights the process of criminalizing Black bodies that are thought to be purpose-bred for prison, as James notes. This is particularly violent carceral logic at work. Violent examples of carceral logic occur regularly in the animal realm, and there are so many examples. But I wanted to share just one that's particularly vivid. But don't worry, I'm not going to show. I'm not going to show. Oh, that's what I did not want to do. I'm not going to show gruesome pictures, but this is a slide of Marius, and some of you may remember Marius was a 2-year-old giraffe who was shot in the head by the administration of the Copenhagen Zoo in February of 2014. Marius was a giraffe in that zoo. He lived in that zoo. So what happened next, and that's again, I'm not going to show what happened next, was that the zoo performed a public autopsy of Marius's body and then fed Marius's body parts to the lions who were also held captive at the zoo. And the autopsy and the feeding were done in view of zoogoers, parents, and children. And then a bit more privately, that very same zoo killed the lions that ate Marius's body a month later to make room for more genetically worthy captives. The zoo's justification for killing Marius was that he had genes that were already well represented in the captive giraffe population in Europe. The justification for killing the lions was that the zoo was planning to introduce a younger male who was not genetically related to any of the females in the group. Sacrificing the lives of animals in the name of conserving an abstraction, in this case, a diverse gene pool, is rather commonplace in zoos. In the Copenhagen instance of zoothanasia, as it's called by the critics, the killing was grotesque with a shotgun to the head and the dismemberment public. But the practice of killing zoo animals more quietly is actually quite common, particularly in European zoos. This specimenification, making into specimens, I think helps create and continues to reinforce the afterlives of scientific racism, eugenic ideologies, and the continued exploitation of things deemed other. Zoo captives are disposable specimens par excellence, perhaps interesting ones, perhaps beautiful ones, perhaps entertaining ones, but disposable all the same. The example of the killing, dissecting, and feeding the body of Marius to the lions in front of the public shows this troubling acceptability of this violent carceral logic. Marius, like so many lifers, those who are incarcerated for life or people awaiting the death penalty, are disposable. walking while Black, driving while Black, playing toys while Black, eating Skittles while Black. Black bodies are thought of as disposable. Being old and disabled and confined to an institution, particularly an institution of a total institution, is another way that bodies and lives are disposed of. The public killing of Marius and the regular killing of so many animals inure the public to the ongoing disposal of beings who aren't just being discriminated against, aren't simply or merely being dominated or generally thought to be morally inconsiderable. It's reinforcing a value hierarchy where certain humans are on top and all animals are below. And some of the humans who are lower down are more disposable as well. They're what Saidiya Hartman describes as fungible. Humans who fall outside of what is thought of as normal fall into the category of the fungible. People stolen from Africa in the transatlantic slave trade are prime examples. And there are estimated 27 million people in slavery today. Kevin Bales, in his book, Disposable People, conservatively estimates that a larger number of people than the whole population of Canada are currently slaves. There's other examples, but for time, well, let me just mention one other example because it's one that I care a lot about. Also, orangutans in Indonesia, whose lives interfere with the production of ubiquitous palm oil, are thought to be disposable and will probably be extinct in the wild within the next decade or so. Also, the old people that Christine was talking about with ableism yesterday, and people who are in quote unquote nursing homes that Shelley was talking about yesterday, are often thought to be disposable. And we're seeing that so clearly in the US during this pandemic. This disposability, authorized by a type of carceral logic, the second type of carceral logic that I was talking about, are at the root of an ongoing disavowal of the meaning of the lives of so many. Disavowal is a willful and culpable ignorance, as James Baldwin described it. Michelle Moody Adams might call this affected ignorance, choosing not to know what one can and should know, which is always complex. And it's a disabling disavowal that may be too hard to really wrap our heads around, because if we do, we can't really imagine how to go on. Social change work tends to be predicated on possibility. If there's a structure that's thought to be problematically racist or sexist or ableist, for example, and that structure contains a commitment that would allow for the internal possibility of reform or repair, then when one can reasonably hope to change that structure, action makes sense. Social change work makes sense. But if the power of a system or structure is predicated upon the carceral logics that I've been discussing, that is, if a structure relies on the construction of the other as disposable and fungible, and that construction is central to its operation and pursuit, then work towards changing that structure is going to be self-defeating. To put it another, perhaps pretty hopeless way, work towards changing systems that are built on carceral logics will reinforce the very power structures one is hoping to change. Sorry to end on that pessimistic note.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. I'm just going to start my video again. Oh, there we go. I think I'm in. Lori, that was so wonderful. And I'm just now waiting for questions to come in from the Q&A. We don't currently have any right now. Katie's asking if I have a question, and I was just thinking of so much. I've worked for the past, before I moved to Canada, I was working for the past 10 years in a women's prison in rural Pennsylvania, medium and maximum security prison. And I think for me, and I mostly worked with lifers, but these were women who had been sentenced usually like as teenagers to life without the possibility of parole. And what I found really shocking is that according to the prison's own statistic, is that 99% of the women had been subject to sexual assault and battery by family members or their partners. So that's the prison's own statistic. And in my experience, and in my work with women, I was shocked by the disproportionate number of women. Really, I can't think of a single woman who hadn't been subject to being molested as a child, and often by parents or family members. And it's really an epidemic in the United States that nobody speaks about at all. And so for these women, the captivity really begins when you're a child. So that's just what I kept thinking about, right? It was like, it is such a prison and it is so overwhelming. It is so difficult to talk about that it just sort of seems like a missing piece to me too, right? Like, especially if we're gonna, I know we're not being specific, but just the specificity of women's incarceration and how, and where that captivity starts. So I was just thinking about that. And then I have a book coming out in a week all about hip hop. And I've always been shocked that philosophers who work in like philosophy, carceral logic, or prison don't draw on hip hop lyrics. So I just wanted to repeat what you said, right? That like so much of underground hip hop is testimony by Black men, women who have been inside, but who feel like their entire life, right, was like sort of preparing them or trying to put them in the prison. And just the way that the lyrics are conveyed and through the form so that they can convey truths about the prison system outside of the dominant discourse that reinforces those logics that you were mentioning is just incredibly helpful. And the only word that rappers use over and over and over and over again for that carceral logic is genocide. So when you were saying at the very beginning of your talk, like, I don't think we have the right language here. I've been drawing on hip hop for 5 years against the racist presuppositions of white genocide scholars in my field of genocide studies to push back and say, if you're not understanding the conditions of confinement, right? And one thing that really frustrates me about academics who work on prison is that they tend to talk about the disproportionate number of Black men or the number of people in prison, right? And I love that your talk is really focusing on the conditions of confinement themselves. Like, that is so critical. And if you take into account the conditions of confinement, you have to talk about a form of genocidal violence, right? Like state-driven, state-sanctioned violence against entire communities as such that undermine the social vitality of entire communities. And if we talk about carceral logics outside of the political crime of genocide, I think it's always a disarticulation. But even though I'm saying this in sort of academic professional language, all of this is conveyed on the most profound level through the content of underground hip hop and through the form of the music itself. So I just think that's another critically important source for academics to be taken seriously.
Thanks, Lisa. I think that's really, those are both really, I think, crucial and friendly ways of extending the thinking here. And what I'm actually trying to get at is that there is a sense in which the system as it exists, as a genocidal system, as a system of creating and perpetrating disposability and fungibility, is something that you can't really, it can't be reformed from the inside. That's essentially what I'm getting at. It has to be abolished, and that is part of what the idea is. It's an argument in favor of that. I also just want to really uplift the thought that you had and the important idea that this process of being considered disposable begins, especially for women, especially for women of color and Black women in particular, really early. This isn't something that happens just when you get to prison. This is something that sort of happens at a very early place. And I didn't get to say enough in the talk today, but I've said in other places and will continue to say that I think that the structure of the human-animal binary itself is a really rich source for thinking about how it is that so many people authorize this disposability of people who look like us, who look like humans, but are actually not considered part of the human sphere. And if we look at that binary and we understand its sort of normative construction, we can get a better sense, not just at how disposable other animals are, but how disposable certain humans are as well.
I totally agree. And I just feel like I could talk to you forever about very specific examples that I heard from all my time in prison, really like, but I want to look at the chat for a second. One of the people watching now, Elena Gauthier Marmoral, I'm so sorry I butchered your name, just wanted to recommend the podcast Louder Than a Riot on the intersection between hip hop and the prison industrial complex. I will definitely check that out. I make a whole argument about that in my book. And then she has another question. It's for all panelists. What can we do to help abolish factory farms? Many people say they don't want to become vegan, even though they don't endorse factory farming practices. Since many people are resistant to giving up meat and dairy, what can we do?
Wow. Well, I don't really think, I mean, I do think that there's a sense in which how people participate in these systems is important, even if individual action doesn't really sort of itself constitute social change. And I do know that there's a sense in which people are reluctant to take this individual action, but collectively that individual action can do a whole lot. However, I mean, I think one of the things that we need, okay, let me just put it this way. One of the things that I have come to realize in the decades long work that I've done thinking about trying to liberate animals, as it were, is that the standard arguments about what we should be doing haven't really taken too much of a grip, given that more animals are being killed and eaten and used in industrial animal production than before those arguments were made. And that's not just based on the fact that there are more people. Factory farming and intensive animal agriculture is expanded all across the globe. It's also expanded from land to the sea. And so it's a massive industry. And I don't, just as I would say, I don't really know other than sort of thinking harder. I'll use Joe's line. I'm a philosopher. I'm also an activist. But I think that I think that encouraging people to recognize the disposable, the ideological nature of this disposability system and the way in which animals are transmogrified into food, the way they're thought to be food, is a really important intervention. I myself try to think that it's in ethics and animals, I argue that it's really important not to see other animals or other beings as edible in the first place. And once we can make that conceptual shift, we might do away with some of the demand, at least, for these intensive animal agricultural practices.
Thank you so much. Melinda Hall had a question, and she thanks you for the fantastic talk. She says, I'd love to hear more about your work on disabled animals. It's clear to me that we systematically choose to create disabled animals in factory farming. Is there a sense in which the production of disabled animals is particularly convenient to capitalism? And meanwhile, what can we say about why the production of disability among incarcerated humans is convenient to power?
Great questions, Melinda. So on the first question about animals, Sunny Taylor does a terrific job of thinking about the way in which these institutions are disabling animals. And it's as sort of obvious as breeding birds so that they are so top heavy, because that's the meat, the breast meat is what that's what animal consumers like. That kind of genetic manipulation and breeding makes it so the animals can't actually stand upright. They have to, they fall over because they're top heavy, because they're bred to have more breast meat that can be consumed. And there's also obviously a gender component here that Carol Adams has spoken really powerfully about, as well as many others. And so it is actually, and it is actually quite tied to a very basic understanding of reducing these living, feeling beings to commodities to be exchanged in a market. And if you think about fish, which most people don't think about often, but literally trillions of fish are caught or produced every year for consumption. And this is in response to the capitalist, but when you try to figure out how many fish there are, it's very difficult because they're referred to in terms of tonnage. So this is, I think, a really interesting moment where a living being, you can't even extract the number of living beings that have been captured and killed for consumption because they're already commodified in tonnage. And that's, I think, an instance of the ways in which it's quite convenient for capitalism. I did also want to say that it's really important, and part of the work that I'm doing on disabled animals is about animals with disabilities, that they pose really complicated challenges for thinking, as I've been thinking about thinking of disability as an apparatus of power, or to think of it as a social condition, because there are animals who, for example, who are neuroatypical, and I know of others that have been actually disabled in other kinds of contexts, and it raises really tricky thinking, I think, for our way of thinking about disability more generally. So I did want to just mention that. So it's not just the animals that are being produced, who are being disabled in the service of capitalism and consumption and commodification, but there's also this group of animals who are disabled and thus need to be in our care. And what that means, I think, raises real challenges for thinking about analysis of disability.
So
I don't know if I could, I would like to show you Knuckles. I know this is, I know my talk was kind of depressing. So I'm wondering if I could, I'm going to see if I can share this picture of Knuckles, because this is one of my friends who is, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it. Oh, darn. I should have put it. I'm not going to be able to do it. Sorry. Oh, well. I have this great picture on my desktop of Knuckles, but he has MS.
Well, thank you so much. I'm going to ask two questions together now, since they both address the question of disposability. One is Maeve McCowan. I was wondering if you could say more about why you think humans or animals are considered disposable once they are put in captivity. It's very intuitive and seems true, but why do you think that happens? Is it because captivity entails objectification or dehumanization or something else? And then the other question from Cecilia Munn. Thank you for your presentation, Lori. I was mulling over the various thoughts I had during your presentation. I agree that cross-role logic is problematic, especially in terms of viewing the incarcerated as being disposable. One can think of disposable in various ways, and I'm wondering if the similarity between the logic of human and non-human animal incarceration comes apart when we consider the agency that is also involved in human incarceration. To let you know a bit more about where I'm coming from, I think your argument works really well when applied to members of marginalized groups, but perhaps not so easily with non-marginalized people. So for example, I may not think that an unrepentant Nazi murderer is disposable, but I might think that incarceration is still appropriate, and people might think that this is still a way of thinking that they are disposable.
Okay, so those are huge questions, and I think so. The second question, I was missing who asked that question, but about the incarcerating the Nazi murderer. This is a real question about abolition, the abolition of prisons, and that will take us in a sort of pretty far direction in the other, that'll take us to another set of issues. But I do want to say that what I'm suggesting is that reforming certain systems that are predicated on the second kind of carceral logic that I was identifying, a carceral logic that is not simply about domination of someone that is, as I was putting it, at the same table or at a table nearby. So part of your group that you're just recognizing is a little bit different. And obviously a little bit different is a nice way of saying someone you can dominate, given the historical and economic and social systems that are already in place. So I think that there's a problem there. So I'm not making it seem like that's a nice kind of carceral logic. That first carceral logic might authorize a certain kind of punitive response to certain individuals who violate certain social norms. But the kind of disposability, that the carceral logic that I'm thinking of that is underlying the problem of disposability is ontological as opposed to a social or normative disposability. And so I think that the idea or domination. So disposability, in the first instance, you get discrimination and domination. The carceral logic sees the other as lesser, less important, and the work to repair this inequality, as it were, is going to be work that brings those individuals, whether they're humans or animals, within the sort of magnanimous sphere of kind of equality or recognition or consideration. That's the kind of, that's an important analysis of domination, and I don't want to diminish it, but I was recognizing that there's something much more ontologically problematic, and the notion of disposability is what is the carceral logic that creates disposable others, not others that are dominated or others that are disrespected or others that are treated badly, but others that actually you can dispose of. That's the idea. And so if you have, I mean, I guess that's, I don't know if that answers both of the questions, but if you have, quote unquote, the dangerous few, which is what this Nazi example just is, and in the abolitionist literature, we talk about them as the dangerous few. I mean, that's, those few aren't disposable. So I'm talking about a different level of disposability.
As a Holocaust scholar, I'm also always struck at the constant Nazi example and what that presupposes as well. I mean, that's just incredibly problematic. We do have time for one more question. This is from Laura Couples. Hi, Lori, thanks for a great talk. I taught your interview with Misha Cherry on prisons on Monday, and some of my students at Kazanga felt like the idea of a carceral space was in danger of being too broad to be useful, given how many spaces can be somewhat controlling. Do you worry at all that the category of carceral spaces is overused? For instance, they objected to the term being applied to universities during the pandemic and to hospitals. Do you support a distinction between carceral spaces in a strong sense and a weaker sense?
Excellent, excellent question. There's a whole movement that has been developed over many years. A number of really important abolitionist scholars have been active in thinking about abolishing the university, thinking of the university as a carceral space. I've always felt really uneasy about that. I do think that it's really important to recognize that's why I was saying my use of carceral logics is slightly different than the way that geographers, other abolitionists, and other scholars have been, and activists have been using the notion of carceral spaces. But I actually think, and so I think of at least the notion of the carceral logic that I'm talking about as being a much stronger as opposed to weaker form of carcerality than the more ubiquitous notion of carceral space, where carceral space is really a space of control and confinement, a space of captivity. And I think there are degrees of captivity, and that's why I think it's so important to say specifically what it is that we're talking about when we're talking about captivity. And I think of captivity as something that is much stronger than simply being, as I said, captivity is a way of understanding captivity. My way of understanding captivity, you don't have to agree with me, but my way of understanding captivity is that it is a place in which you are not able to control, that you have no power, that the power is sort of focused on you and you have no control. These other spaces that get used, and the students I think are right to notice, there is some power that you retain. So does that mean they shouldn't be called carceral spaces? Well, I actually think I don't want to tell people what they should or shouldn't call them, but it seems like there's something useful about thinking of them as carceral spaces, because then that leads to a conversation about whether or not there's control, whether or not a logic is operating, what kind of logic is operating. And if it's a carceral logic of the second sort that I was talking about that generates and emphasizes and maintains disposability, then that's really important. And it helps us see how other systems of carceral, maybe not as strong, the weaker version of carceral that was mentioned, can support the stronger version. So I don't think it's a bad thing to make a distinction amongst these carceral spaces, but to continue to use the notion of carceral space, but just to be very clear about what it is that you mean when you're using that term.
I also think it's very helpful too to think of the home as a carceral space for so many girls. I mean, has been my experience. I mean, when you are subject to ritually being molested and raped from a very young age, that is a carceral space, right? But we don't tend to think of the home in this way because of the way we romanticize it. But there's this like really insidious connection here between girls who are molested and raped, like incest rape, right? In the United States, at least, this is like what I know, and the women who wind up in prison, right? Anyway, that's just me, but I love the answer. You just have me going. We are technically out of time, but there are 2 more questions that I would love to keep talking if you're okay, if you're up for a couple more questions. One is from Francisco M. Thank you for your talk. I'm wondering about instances where animal lives are publicly mourned, Harambe, and or more valued than Black, undocumented immigrants and disabled people. For instance, going vegan does not protect undocumented farm workers, including young children, from being exploited. Could you talk about that?
Yeah, I completely agree with that sentiment altogether. And I think that one of the things that the analysis that I'm proposing, as well as the work that Claire Jean Kim, who I mentioned, is doing, Silanaf Ko are doing, a number of critical feminist animal studies scholars are doing, is precisely, and the work that I'm doing with Alice Crary in the book that Lisa mentioned, called The Animal Crisis, is doing exactly that. And so there are obviously going to be, there is obviously a long history of thinking about animal ethics, if you will, that is very sort of strongly within a liberal humanist frame that I'm challenging. I think some of the problems that Francisco is mentioning is precisely from that perspective. And it's a perspective that I also I think needs to be challenged.
One more question from Supriya Akerkar. While I see completely your point about incarceration about Black people or women and racialization issues in the United States, how do you see incarceration of those who may be in dominant positions? For example, the police persons who killed George Floyd. Should they not be in prison and in conditions of confinement?
So again, these are questions that one is sort of always thinking about in the context of abolitionist practice. And I think importantly, I myself, as a long-time abolitionist, that has sort of multiple views about abolition in different contexts, but in the prison context, I actually find myself really wondering, like, well, don't I think that Donald Trump should go to prison? Right, but I don't, but I kind of do. So I understand the desire and the impulse, but the idea here is that the system itself is that isn't the right punishment. It doesn't actually cause anybody to feel better. It perpetuates a system of the current prison industrial complex is one in which pretty much nobody benefits from its existence other than certain people who are certain corporations that are making money off of relatively cheap labor that is available in the prison context. And so I think this impulse to want to incarcerate the quote unquote bad guys, whoever the quote unquote bad guys happen to be, is one that we've kind of internalized, thinking that the system actually is going to provide us some relief. And it doesn't provide anybody any relief. It doesn't provide victims relief. That doesn't mean we shouldn't be attending to the very real serious pain that victims and victims' families experience, but the prison industrial complex doesn't do anything to address those issues.
I would totally agree. And sometimes the way that I put it is the idea of prison or nothing as a consequence for breaking the law speaks to the poverty of our moral imagination, that we just can't even conceive any realistic alternatives is pathetic. But people who are abolitionists should not constantly be put in that position of, what about a Nazi? Like, right? Like, it's just like, that's not what we're talking about. So you answer that in a really generous way, but I think it's a way of deferring the entire point, really. But thank you so much. Wow, I just learned a lot, and that was so wonderful. Thank you, everybody, for coming by. And please remember that the conference continues tomorrow as well. Okay,
so thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Laurie. A really excellent talk, a wonderful session, a very lively way to end. And even though the content was pessimistic, somehow there seems to be an optimistic voice there as well, somehow, you know, maybe just at the end where we're talking about other possibilities. So let me thank all participants and everyone who's asked their questions in this session and earlier today. That brings the session to an end for today. Of course, we come back tomorrow, and let me just remind you, at the end of the session tomorrow, we'll continue with a type of social event where we'll put people into breakout groups and they can discuss the conference and other related matters. So I just want to mention to the chairs and speakers today, you should have received an email with another link which will take us through to another short Zoom discussion just for you know, feedback on the day. But for the speakers, chairs, participants, let me thank you all, and let me thank Shelley again for putting together this truly incredible program that I'm learning so much from in every session, and Jamie for the IT, and Katie for helping out with the questions, and hope to see as many of you as possible tomorrow, and as many of the panelists in the other session. So thank you, and we will close the session now, but yeah, I hope to see you tomorrow.